Okay, we're live. So the first thing I'm going to do is find the YouTube link so Claire can send it out, and I'll send it out too. Let's go to YouTube. I'm on shadow ban. Oh, let me put up. I do this every time I do a video. I'm on shadow ban. You can't find my videos on YouTube, and so at the bottom of the screen, there's the website vincentbrunoshadowban.blogspot.com. So if you're trying to find me, yeah, if you're trying to find me, that's the good way to do it. I have videos up there. There's just no other way to do this. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, I said talking to Vincent Bruno about vulgar alt-right women and concluding that alt-right men are stupid. That was our last one on Claire's channel.
Just under 10 hours.
Yes.
And we're still not bored with each other.
Oh no, why isn't it not showing up here? With Claire called it. Why isn't it showing up? Did I spell your name wrong?
What's not showing up? Am I on shadow ban too?
No, the video that I made. I mean, what we're doing right now, I'm trying to find the.
Can't you share it on your Facebook and then?
Well, but I can't even find the video. Wait,
Oh.
Matriarchy versus Patriarchy.
Is that your title? It sounds
Yeah,
like
Matriarchy.
Oh yes,
yes.
well, it is live. I can find it.
Yeah. I have it. I found it. Okay, I'm gonna post it to you.
I'm gonna like it and share it.
Okay, here you go. I'm sending it to you on Facebook right now. And I'm sharing it too. Okay, so yeah, so today we're going to talk about patriarchy versus matriarchy. And you know, as we all know, Claire has a big problem with matriarchy and doesn't like it. I guess she thinks that it's just the end of civilization. But don't you think that we need a little bit of both matriarchy and patriarchy at the same time?
Well, both societies will have elements of the other. I mean, we can't really uninvent marriage, so there will be some people who will practice it and there will be people who don't think it's necessary. And I'm basically saying that the perfect patriarchy is where 100% of the parents are married, and the perfect matriarchy would be when 100% of the parents are not married. I mean, it's just so people know what I'm talking about. And I'm basically saying that men will only retain control in society if they practice marriage and stay around to look, to parent, to father their children. And if they don't, they're going to lose control. And basically, it's not that easy, which is why so many of them are just horrified at having to do it. It's like, what? Marry women of her race and stick with her and pay for the kids for the rest of my life? And they're all horrified. It's like, oh, we'd rather be gay. We'd rather pump it up women. But to live with them, no way. We'd rather be, incels or volcells, I suppose.
Yeah, volcells. Yeah, I mean, I think that look, the marriage crisis is because of men, because, they don't want independent women. They don't want women with careers. They don't want women who are headstrong. They want submissive, docile, pliant women. And now that women have stood up and they just don't want to be like that anymore, the men just don't want to marry them. And I think.
Sorry, finish. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but I think that also these women who are more worldly now, they see just how immature most men are. I mean, you go on about the patriarchy. I mean, look, there's differences between men and women, yes, but I don't think men are superior in every way. You know what I mean? Like they're a little bit more selfish and self-centered and egotistical and things like that, and it makes it hard to deal with them. I mean, prior to this modern age, Judas Fly is in the chat. Hello, Judas Fly. Prior to this modern age, women just had to deal with it because, they weren't allowed to get jobs. They weren't allowed to go to school. They couldn't, do anything for themselves, just sustain themselves. So they had to get a man, you know what I mean? Or
They're
that
not
was,
happier. But that's the thing, that they're not actually happier. Even with all the feminism and all their rights and all the jobs and stuff, they're still not happy. And that is fundamentally the problem. It's like men and women can never work out what to do with each other. They're always complaining and saying, oh, it's easier to be a man if you're a woman, and vice versa. And then they're just never happy. But what I have concluded is that men at least are stable in what they want from a woman, while women just sort of, oh, we want a new man, we want him to be reliable, but we want him to be a little bit naughty and a bit, a bit of a bad boy, so we get excited by him, and they can never make up their minds. Well, men, it's like, we just want our women to be meek and pretty and submissive and loyal. So, maybe that's, you might as well submit to the group who know what they want, instead of trying to
well,
be
they
all
don't know if
things.
they want sluts or
They want
marriage
both.
material.
They want both in the same person, and it's impossible to get, in the same way that it's impossible for a woman to get a reliable husband who's also a bad boy. Because, if he's a bad boy and he's reliable, he might just be a gangster, and gangsters tend to have their careers ended very abruptly. So, I mean, people will just have to work out what they have to do. And maybe the law should just sort of say, this is the kind of people we want you to be, and the law support it, and please arrange your lives according to these expectations, and we're not going to keep changing it, so you're always confused and feel like you've been tricked and lied to, which a lot of people feel now. I mean, even feminists feel we're not happy. Really, maybe deep down we want a husband and somebody living with us, and we want to be mothers. And okay, maybe people will never really know. They'll just want the thing that they never had. And maybe kill themselves over it, like, all these transgender people thinking, oh, I'd be happy if I were a member of the opposite sex, and then they do the whole transition thing and they're still not happy, and then they kill themselves. It's like, well, you just say, well, if you think like that, you're obviously mentally ill, because it's going to be so much harder to pretend to be a member of the opposite sex and just sort of accept that however much you like hate being a man or a woman, at least you can more easily fit into that role. And well, maybe a lot of people hate their lives, so accept your suffering, because it could be worse. That sort of old-fashioned advice.
Right. I mean, yeah,
I
old-fashioned.
think, for what it's worth, that um, women of my mother's and grandmother's generation, at least, well, they had a wider selection of men to choose from, and they could all, provide on an income, or at least claim to, for a while, until they lose their jobs or something. But now, most men are gay, most men don't want to marry, and if you really, really want to have a kid, you might have to be an unmarried mother, and then, with all the problems that come along with it. So, maybe it's just easier under patriarchy for both men and women, because at least the government said this is what you're supposed to do, and do it. And if you do what we want you to do, we're going to give you respect.
Well, I mean, I also think that you can't blame this all on the women because marriage is hard on men too. And
Yes,
and
yes.
it's
I
not,
never said it was easy for anyone. And I'm saying people are just bound to feel kind of forced into it because of social pressures, and then they get married and they're still not happy, and their kids are annoying, and their wife or husband is annoying, and that's why you have to have all these laws and all these pressures on them to say, look, you may find your spouse irritating and boring, but you have to stay with him or her now. and you have no choice because the alternative would be worse because then your children will go wrong and everybody will blame you and so you better stick with it. You made your bed.
Yeah, but they get, it's if you have a society where marriage is that important, they want you to marry young, you don't know who you are, you don't know who your wife is, she doesn't know who she is. And then this can turn into a real nightmare, it really can. And I've always told you, your plan is to impose all these social conservative, you know, um programs, but people are going to rebel against that. They always
Yes,
rebel.
I know. That's why you get all these swings in all civilizations all through the ages. People can never make up their minds, and in fact, this whole yin and yang thing, this ancient Chinese idea is like, oh, we don't know. We're a very old civilization going back thousands of years, but we can still not work out how to treat our women. If we're too mean to them, they'll want revenge. But if we're too nice to them, they'll get above themselves. And it's nobody's really quite worked it out, other than to get the vague idea that your society should support marriage and push as many people as they can into that pen. Because but at least the government says, well, we need people to govern, so we need to produce the next generation. And obviously, if we want to produce the next generation, we hope they're properly parented. And for them to be properly parented, they need two parents who are, married to each other in a loving relationship, who are not within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity, or there will be birth defects, and then the whole thing starts to make sense, doesn't it? And
Well,
it's
I'm
like, yeah,
just
nobody really wants to. And maybe it's more fun to be gay. But if everybody became gay, then you will just have an aging society and have a labor shortage. And then other people, other countries who don't support gay rights will just come in and take you over.
Well, I mean, I just wrote that article today. I pinned you in it, or I tagged you in it. I don't know if you
Yeah.
saw it, but
Yes.
about gay supremacy and all that other kind of stuff. I mean, I've already told you this. Look, I mean, modern problems need modern solutions, and being even two parents alone is still really hard. And as we've already discussed, the problem of birthing, the mother doesn't want to get fat. She doesn't want her vagina to be all mutilated when she gives birth to the baby because she knows very well her husband's going to want to have sex with her less. And it's modern. It's a modern problem. So
No,
as
I
I
don't think it is, because I think even before marriage was invented, a lot of people wanted to have sex with all kinds of people they're not married to. So it's not a new thing, the way you're describing it.
no, the look, the idea, well, it's what
But
is the
look,
new
there was
look?
a
No, no,
reason
no, no.
why.
We're in the age of birth control. Things are really different now. Because now we have a choice. Back then, you had no choice. If you slept with someone, you got pregnant, and that was it. And it's different now because humans have choices. And we've already discussed this. I've told you so many times that I've
But
told you so many.
Vincent, yes, I know, but that you can have modern contraception. So where does this demand for abortion come from then?
Well, it's not just single women who are getting abortions. Number one. Um,
It's mostly them, though.
Well, I don't know if it's mostly them. I know there's plenty. It's not like 1% of married people get abortions. Like it's a lot of people who are married who get abortions. And it's not only the women who want it, the men want it too. You can't blame everything on women.
No, no, I'm not, and I'm actually I'm neutral about abortion. I'm saying if just one of your parents doesn't want you, you might as well not exist. And I think the only person who has a right to um okay, you know, I think even a married man cannot stop his wife from having an abortion if that's what she wants. But I mean, she's less likely to want an abortion, if she's already married to him, because she'll know that he'll support her and help her if he wants to have the kid. But that's the best arrangement for the rearing of the next generation, and because everybody's being so free and easy with the rules, they don't even know how it should be done anyway. Now, and you have all these very radical and experimental ideas that will cost a lot of money to implement, and there's no guarantee that it will be better, or that
Well, I
people will be happier, or children will be better reared and more
well, I told you the answer
productive citizens.
is artificial wombs. If okay, the government really needs to invest in this idea of artificial womb technology, because then we can breed millions of babies, and it'll liberate women. Look, okay, so somebody was mentioning the other day about my concern with the natural, and I am concerned with the natural because I worked for a scientist. She was an
Mhm,
immunologist,
mhm,
and she taught me a little bit about what she was doing. And
mhm,
okay, so this is what it was. Let's say that you got into a car accident and you had a wound, a deep wound. If gram-negative bacteria got into that wound, you would go into shock and die. So, people are like, okay, what do we do with this gram-negative bacteria? How do we stop this? Okay, this is the problem. You're not allergic to gram-negative bacteria, and gram-negative bacteria does absolutely nothing to your body. It doesn't destroy anything, it doesn't infect anything, it doesn't damage anything, it does nothing. The problem is that your immune system is improperly, or it's natural. So it's not perfect, and it's not perfect, and it's the thing is that here's what they did. So your body goes into shock responding to something that you don't need to go into shock for. The natural way is not working. Okay, the natural way is actually bad for you. It kills you. So what all they did is they turned off the shock response. They turned off the immune response, and then you have no problem because you're not actually allergic to the bacteria. It's your own body that is the problem. And that taught me a lot about nature, and everyone's like, oh, natural is best, and nature is harsh, cruel, imperfect, and it's all this artificial, unnatural life that everybody wants and that everybody clings for. I mean, it's not natural to have electricity in your house and all this other kind of stuff, and all these chemicals that don't exist in nature to clean and keep away germs, and medications and surgeries and all these different kinds of things are not natural, but they make our lives better and we want them. So I'm not in the cult of nature. I'm not impressed by nature.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some natural things are good, and nature needs a bit of help, with science and technology, and we just need to know, what is permissible and what is not, what isn't, and people are still working these things out, and you seem to know, you seem to think you know how things should be, but there are people who disagree with you, and the well, I mean, that's a political problem, I guess. But your ideas are
Well,
very
but they
radical, and,
they
and they're
want to
going to
do
make
things.
people nervous.
They want to do things. They're in the cult of nature. They're in the cult of nature. People say homosexuality is unnatural. Do I believe homosexuality is unnatural?
Lots of gay
Um,
animals. I mean, look, I mean, animals can exhibit gay behavior, can't they? If you have,
yes,
two dogs, two
they
cats.
can. It's not the norm, okay? It's not what's common. It's not what's intuitive. It's not, it kind of almost breaks the rules of nature. And so I think homosexuals are people who bring in more of these unnatural ideas that actually help the society. We're more prone to coming up with ideas that are not so the old way, like the old heterosexual way is shit. Oh,
What?
shit.
What's the
Nothing. I'm
matter?
clean. I'm cleaning, and I fucked something up.
Oh dear.
Um, yeah, like the heterosexual way is this long, miserable way. The woman has her body destroyed. Eventually they don't want to be together. Men and women have issues with each other because, they're very different. And so they have, two gay men are two men. So it's a little bit easier because, you're both gay men and you're more likely, two men are more likely to be in unison than two women.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
two, a man and a woman. And so,
Yes, I understand that men get kind of, people who are like would just naturally gravitate towards each other because men like talking about sport and women like talking about, astrology or whatever. But what I'm trying to say, Vincent, and you probably didn't read my little short little post about why things are going so badly for Western men. I don't know if you heard about the Archbishop of Canterbury falling in with this idea of paying reparations to black people. Did we discuss this yesterday?
yeah, yeah, you told me a little bit about it. Yes, you did.
Yes, and I was saying that all this comes from America. The British weren't even involved in slavery because they according to their own history, they banned it, they abolished it in 1833. So why are they paying reparations? And I'm saying they're just doing whatever the American tells them to do. So we have to understand this as an American phenomenon about why the Americans are doing it to themselves. And I'm
Well,
saying,
they feel bad. This is what I tell all these right wing men. I say, you know what? You didn't understand your own race. You didn't, these white men in the past didn't even think that their children would feel guilty for what they're doing. They don't even, it was just so beyond them that anyone would feel bad and want to give back to black people for what happened. They were such fucking assholes. But white people are do have humanitarian standards. I think that we have more than other races do. I mean, I think that okay, we want to talk about matriarchy and patriarchy. They were suppressing the women, and so women are more nurturing and less violent, and less conquering, and these different kinds of things. So now that women are kind of able to exert themselves, we have a lot more compassion and understanding for the other races than what we did to them. And these right wing men just can't stand it. They just don't understand why we're all not fucked up people like they are.
okay, so I have a particular theory about it, Vincent, and I'm saying a lot of these motivations are, unacknowledged and subconscious. And if we operate in a representative democracy, the biggest group for political parties to pander to would be the female voter, because they have worked out, and I think you might have heard about this, that if you get most of the female voters voting for you, you're going to win the election. Have you heard of this theory?
I'm not surprised by it. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
they're bigger than any other minority, basically.
yes, they're bigger than any other minority. And do women vote more than men do?
I think they do. And this is something that Ann Coulter spoke about some time ago. Do you remember what she said?
Yeah, she said that she wouldn't want women to vote because then social spending goes up and social programs increase and these different kinds of things, and she wasn't really for all that.
She said she would give up her vote because she accepted that women do vote in a certain way against against the national interest. And and
Well,
and you
okay,
were
but at the
saying
same
earlier
time,
that women.
we did need social programs during the Great Depression. We needed social programs, and right after, and like the Tennessee Valley Authority. Nobody could afford electricity without the government taking over the Tennessee Valley Authority. I mean, it was obvious that you had to socialize it, and men would be, men would be more likely to say no to that, and leave people without electricity.
Well, it's all a matter of, well, getting the right balance. Of course, some government spending is very useful, but you shouldn't go over the top, because then otherwise, there would be government borrowing, and it would be, a burden on future generations, particularly if it was unnecessary. So all these things have to be thought through. But unfortunately, under the system of democracy, a lot of people are not thinking things through, and a lot of political parties are basically bribing, ignorant people who don't think about the future or the national interest, and they're just thinking of, what's in it for me, and I'll vote for you if you give me, if you bribe me with the thing that I want. And this is no way to choose government policies or your political leaders. And I've been saying for quite a while that this whole system is wrong, and it comes from America, and America is the worst of it all, because they're the ones who have a year-long presidential campaign, a whole damn year, costing God knows how much every time they want to put an ad on TV, radio, or whatever, to get their message through to the electorate. And of course, these political parties would have to go cap in hand to their corporate donors, and their corporate donors, when the horse that they support wins, will be saying, well, you have to do things for us now, because we helped you get elected. So this whole corrupt system is a sacred cow called democracy, and democracy is about pandering to the female voter. So
Well,
men
yeah,
are
because she
actually,
wants more. She wants more equality and passion and understanding for the populace than the man does. I mean, yeah, I
yeah,
think
I mean,
that.
okay, she is supposed to be naturally more in touch with people's emotions, or she would be, just falsely displaying them, because she wants to be seen as feminine and kind and a bit stupid, which is how a lot of men like their women to be, kind and stupid. So the men, the man doesn't feel threatened by her intellect, and you know, um, and that sort of thing. So maybe a lot of women have been told to not display intelligence because it frightens a men. I mean, that's a very old-fashioned kind of Jane Austen advice, right? And what I'm also trying to say, Vincent, is that there wasn't a problem before when women were voting, because they were basically forced to, well, men and women were forced to marry and be parents and live together. And if the woman was living together with her husband, or her father, she would vote in the interest of the person supporting her. But if she does not live with a man, she will just not care about him. And I'm afraid right now, most Western men and most Western women are not living with each other in a loving relationship, and regard each other as the enemy. And that's why, you get all kinds of really quite shocking government initiatives. I don't know if you're aware that Westminster Council in London has basically decided to call non-whites in Britain the global majority. That's what they're
No, yeah,
calling
you're
them.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and this instantly puts white men in their own country, who are majorities in their own, white homelands. Um, it makes them feel, well, it's made to kind of categorize them as in some kind of minority, right?
Well, they
And
are. I
and,
mean,
and
they're a global minority.
yeah, but I mean, obviously, if you're in your own country and you are the largest racial group, then you would consider yourself the majority. But just by this sort of clever labeling of the government, advised by God knows whom, white men who are still the majority in their own white homelands, have been flipped into being this global minority, and this um, labeling is designed to, put them on notice about their lowered status. And added to this is this proposal to pay reparations to black people. And it came from America. It's nothing to do with the British, but obviously a lot of, well, all these NATO member states just do whatever America tells them to because they're just vassal states. But okay, so it goes back to America and the fact that and you think, well, there must be American men who don't agree with it, and why don't they do anything? And it seems that, well, they're not doing anything, are they? They're just saying, "Ooh, they're just going to make them pay. Oh dear," and then they grumble, and that's it. They can't seem to get themselves together to say, "No, we're not paying any of this. Why should we?" And blah blah. They can't even formulate the arguments to say, "No, we're not paying this." So, as an
Well,
American,
because
I
they
have to
feel
ask why.
guilty. Because white people feel guilty. Because I think white people are sensitive and altruistic. And I think because they're so altruistic, they got so far because they would help each other. And I just think that white people are besides themselves about what happened. Modern white people, we got more civilized. And, and so we got a little bit kinder. And, this was just
Or,
never
or,
factored in.
or do you think, it's all these men who are afraid of saying the wrong thing and accidentally depriving themselves of sexual access to women? So that's why they never say anything in case they say something wrong and some woman refuses to have sex with them and, they're all frustrated and disappointed. Could it be that? Could it be something as simple as that? Because a lot of men, they come online and they post all their shit, and it's because in real life at work, with their female colleagues, they don't say any of the sort of things that they say using their fake names and their
Yeah,
fake
I know. They're
accounts on
so
social
disgusting.
media.
The alt-right is the most disgusting people. They hide behind everything. I don't hide. I have really outrageous ideas too that people don't like. I don't hide my face. I mean, I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, and that's what makes you so refreshing, and in a way gives you more authority over these very rude men who are being so insulting towards you yesterday. And it's because they're afraid, and they don't care. I mean, they okay, not don't care. They don't seem to understand how cowardly and stupid and unprincipled they seem. I mean, thinking back to our conversation that lasted just under 10 hours, they literally thought, what did they think? They really had no answer. It's like, yeah, it's Jews, and that's it. And then we try to explain the problem, and they say, oh yeah, feminism is bad, and that's it. They just couldn't take the idea forward. And maybe they're women kind of understand it or know about it and hate them and just want to just rub them out of existence. And that's why,
Yeah.
they don't care about the government saying all these things about, men of their race. It's like, yeah, you can be, the global minority, and if you complain, we're going to call you racist. And yeah, and you have to pay reparations to black men in your own country. And we're not going to support you because we hate you. And because we don't live with you, and you don't, you didn't father our children, and we have absolutely no interest in supporting you because, well, you're this other group, this enemy group.
Well, because men do treat women poorly. That's the problem. It's men's fault. I mean, there would be no feminism or gay rights if we had just been treated properly.
Well, okay, I mean, the thing about gender relations and marital relations is that, well, it's never always good and it's never always bad, and I guess people have to make the best of things. But with feminism in the past 50 years, people are encouraged to think that something better is round the corner, and it never is. It's sort of, it's always worse. You're poorer, you're older, and even more annoying than the last bad relationship you had. And I suppose this kind of embitters people, both men and women, and they become misandrists and misogynists, and and just keep irritating each other and hating each other until, well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, in order for your society to continue, you have to produce a next generation, and hopefully the next generation won't be stupider and weaker and more mentally ill and more criminal than the previous generation. What are you eating?
Peaches, I'm almost done.
Mm.
I'm really trying to go back to my fruit diet. I lapsed for a while and I gained 13 pounds, and
Oh,
so now I'm really trying to get back to it.
when you lapse, what did you eat?
Milk, dairy, everything
Oh, right, you just had everything you wanted.
except
But,
for
but
meat.
yeah, but this is the thing. They're not really acknowledging it. The sexes are not really acknowledging it. And added to that, that there's all this sort of this swirl of confusion about who is a man and who is a woman. And obviously, if you're not even sure if you're a man or a woman, then you're not fulfilling your gender roles. And if you don't fulfill your gender roles, people, well, things are not going to be done properly, because I mean, the whole point of gender roles is that, men, you do what you're best able, how nature made you. I mean, obviously, the gender roles are kind of, in a way, natural and sensible. Like, men do hard labor and fight wars, and women stay home and look after the children, because if they didn't, who would? That kind of thing.
I know, but first of all, not most people. I would say even most people don't fit exactly into gender roles. Like I don't
Oh, I
think.
know.
I think most women, they don't fit perfectly into the feminine ideal.
Nobody does. Nobody does. But I'm saying, within the parameters of saying, well, men are obviously better at doing hard labor and being soldiers, and women are obviously much better as a whole, to look after, any children that they have. Um, you can't fight these fundamental, well, facts of life, and it's like, well, I mean, and if you want to bring up the next generation, then obviously, the mother is supposed to love her kid, and well, let her look after her kid, rather than send it to nursery, to be looked after by women who hate their jobs and hate the
Well, I
kid.
well, I think that you have to. I don't think that for sure that women are less happy in the workplace than they were in the home. I mean, maybe they're unhappy, but I don't think are they. I don't think they're more unhappy. I mean, they're doing what they look. People do what they want to do. I'm a true believer that I don't believe in brainwashing. I believe people believe what they want to believe, and that people do what they want to do. My mother's a Jehovah's Witness. She's not brainwashed. She she likes it. Okay, she likes it. It's something
And is she
that
still a Jehovah's Witness?
huh?
Is she still a Jehovah's Witness?
Yes, she is, and
What does she like about it?
huh?
What does she like about it?
I don't really know. I think that she had problems, and I think that the strict lifestyle and all the biblical advice and stuff helped her. You
Maybe
know,
what was she before she was a Jehovah's Witness?
really nothing. I mean, she was raised nominal Lutheran. I mean, she wasn't reading the Bible or anything like that.
I suppose it must be what, being part of a community that she likes about being it, or being
I
part
think
of a fringe community, a distinct community.
Heidenreich is in the who's Heidenreich?
Well, he said some nice things about me yesterday, so I'm inclined to like him.
Yeah.
And he's saying that, well, men and women should cooperate a bit more. Um, but yes, so it seems your mother wants to be part of this a community, and it makes her happy. Um, do you think she really believes in God and all that, or
Yes,
she
of
just
course she does. Yes, she believes very
okay?
much in God.
I mean, do you find that there are Christians who pretend to be Christian for some weird reason of their own?
Well, I think it's different with Jehovah's Witness because that's making that transition is not going to make you very popular, first of all. Second of all, it's a very hard lifestyle. It's not easy to be a Jehovah's Witness, and I think most people who are nominal Christians are not. Yeah, okay, there are like fundamentalist Christians who are there because, for popularity and power and all these different kinds of things. That does happen. But I think, Jehovah's Witnesses are not very powerful. So, what do you really get from converting? I really think that my mother got spiritual comfort from them. I don't think
Mhm.
she wasn't there looking to, social climb or anything like that.
Right, but obviously, being a member of this group helps. Gives her a sense of security, and maybe a lot of people just want to be a member of a group, and maybe what life is for most of us is finding the group that will profit us most to be a member of. And life is this, continuing seeking of the best gang to join. I mean, it doesn't really stop after we leave school. I don't think. But there are all these unconscious motivations, and
Well,
I mean,
what do you think about Muslims who become Muslims? Are they looking for any kind of, I mean, do they actually believe in what they're doing? Are they social climbing? I mean, why can't it just be becoming Christian? I mean, I would say if you're going to blame that on Christians, we could say the same thing about Muslims, that they're just, they're not doing what they actually believe in. They just want some kind of recognition and community, and that's it.
well, the Muslims I know are obviously reacting to something, in their lives. I mean, I know one man who said, I'm converting to Islam because I don't want the Jews to win. So he was doing it, as a show of defiance to Jews, and he thinks Islam would protect him against all these evil liberal Jews. And then, but there are the people who don't like Jews, who don't agree with that kind of reasoning, who aren't Muslims. So I suppose for everyone, you have to ask them, what their particular motivation is, or try to work it out. And for some men I know, it's like, well, I just can't believe in the nonsense of the Trinity, and I still need to believe in God, and therefore, Islam's the obvious, Christian adjacent religion because they still want to worship the most powerful God. Does that make sense?
Um, well, I understand they want to be, Christian adjacent. They don't, you know, obviously most of these men that you're talking to are, traditional conservative men. And so, they're looking for something more traditional, but not totally foreign to what they were raised with. And yeah, Islam fits the bill. It's more conservative than Christianity, more traditional than Christianity, but there's still Jesus and Moses and, all these different kinds of people that are in the same book,
Hmm.
Mary, so it's familiar.
Mm.
It's familiar to them. But yeah, I do believe lots of people convert. You said that one gentleman. That's not the first time that I have seen a traditional conservative white man become Muslim because he wants to beat the Jews. That's not the first time that I've heard of that. Like, what was his name? I forget his name. There was some guy that was big a while ago. He's not big anymore, but he was kind of like one of these neo Nazis, or I don't know what to call him. He was on the white right, and
Hmm.
he converted to Islam, and then he started trying to make white Islam in Britain, and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
a lot of people rejected him. I don't know where he is now, if he's still Muslim or whatever, but his writing was very like, trying to convince white people to become Muslim. And I really think that he was just like using it as a tool, like, okay, we need something more conservative, but at the same time we need to, save the white race. So let's just use Islam as like a tool, to get that done.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm suggesting too. But in a slightly more inclusive way. I see that Judas is saying in the chat that he wants Jay Walker to come back, and Jay Walker's a rather perverse fellow. But anyway, I know he identifies as Christian, and I don't know what you think of this because his father's was an organist and his father was confirmed as an Anglican, and but he wasn't. So as far as I'm concerned, he's he's not Christian, and Christianity failed with him because his father didn't get him confirmed. And the other thing is that when I asked him about the Trinity, he said, do you believe Jesus is God? He said no. And then when I asked him if he believes that you know if he believes in the afterlife, and he says, so I don't know. And I thought, this is sort of not really getting it about religion. And yesterday we were talking about the Sadducees, weren't we? We were saying that the priesthood in ancient Israel basically didn't believe in the afterlife, and they were provably wrong because the Pharisees did, and they're still around, and the priesthood of ancient Israel is no longer. So obviously beliefs are are necessary, and there's no point believing in God if you say, oh, but I don't, I believe in God, but I don't believe in the afterlife, because you're not getting the full benefit of it. And the reason for that that you have to believe in the afterlife is because you have to believe that good will be rewarded and evil punished in this life or the next. And if you don't really believe in it, then you'll always be scared by whoever is threatening you, or you will be easily bribed. And this seems to be the problem with Western men. They are mostly atheists. They have no principles because America doesn't have an official religion. And if you don't force people to believe, then they just don't believe. I mean, that is a problem, I think, for white Gentile American men. I guess they've been so used to being on top of everything that they don't think they need to have a religion anymore. Well, all the minority groups, it's like, oh, we better stick together or we'll be, hanged together. So, at least they try to make their religion work for them and take more seriously their group interests, which some people have been complaining about. It's like, well, I mean, why would you be surprised that Jews, if left to themselves, would just talk about, themselves as Jews and everybody else as, the other.
Okay, what's his name? Heidenreich in the chat gave me the name of that Muslim guy, David. His name is David Mayat. And now it says, okay, this is so he's now it says he's a former Muslim, which I'm not surprised that he's a former Muslim, but he was also involved, like, he was also the leader of like 500 other organizations, including the Nine Angels, Order of the Nine Angles. So, I think that he was just dipping into all these different groups trying to find something for white people. And Peacock Club 786 says white people should become Muslim if they want Western civilization to survive into the future. I think that was his understanding, and it's not 100% popular, but I have seen people who have not converted to Islam. However, they speak well of it and they have an affiliation with it and affection for it. But I think it's only because of the social conservatism. I don't think they actually believe in Islam.
Well, I mean, I think they believe that even if they didn't believe in it, being Muslim gives you protection under the law, because a lot of Christians complain that, oh, we could even say this, we couldn't even say that, but Muslims get away with saying this and Jews get away with saying that, and so even with the different competing groups of religion, the government, although supposed to protect them equally, in practice do not. And the other thing about Islam is that okay, they may be hated, and these Muslims may be hated and feared, but that actually gives you a higher status than the people who hate and fear you, because they treat you with some caution, and not try to annoy you too much or something.
Peacock Club says the problem is absent fathers from the home. People seem to have a vision of God based on their fathers. If father is absent, God becomes absent. That's disgusting, viewing your father as God. That's absolutely vile. I would never do
But
that.
it's true. But it's true.
Ew, who the fuck does that? Some mortal
Really.
man? You want to talk about idolatry? You're getting your concept of God from your father?
But it's reflected in the language that Christians use to talk about God, our Holy Father. Okay, I mean, they use that for the Pope as well. But you know that's how they think of God.
Yeah,
The
but your
Father, the
father is
Son.
not God. Your
I
father
know,
is
but
not an image
children
of
do
God.
think that. Okay, so I went to a primary school, and for some reason there was this sort of artwork by primary school children, and they were told, in an actually rather sacrilegious way, because it was a Church of England school, and to draw God, and some of them just they drew their dad. So it's a very kind of innate and general kind of feeling. But for most people, it's like, dad, dad's a final authority in my little life, in my little home. So that's kind of why they think that, I suppose.
Well, maybe
Oh,
actually I would say against that because if your father is viewed as God and your father is not the best father, then that would make you more likely to reject God. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. This reminds me of this guy I knew, and he said, "Oh, if I could ever meet God, I'd punch him in the face." And that's what he said, and I knew he had a problem with his father, and that's what he, what he said he'd like to do to God was what he'd really like to do to his father.
okay, Heidenreich says most white people would convert to Islam if it presented as universal religion rather than as a brown religion.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do. It's like, you know, I'm going to present it as the white man snatching the Quran out of the hands of the brown man and interpreting it for themselves. But I've just been doing it for so many years, and they still don't get it. Say, they don't call it Quranism. It's like, even if I follow that stupid advice, a lot of people will know that secular Quranism is based on the Quran. And if I called it anything else, they'll say, "Ooh, well, isn't it really secular Quranism? And you're calling it a different name now." I mean, they're so dumb. And I think that's why their women hate them. They're so stupid that their women are disgusted by them in the way
Yes.
that you were so disgusted by your women and by the men that these women associated with.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
picking up these bad behaviors from the men. I mean, women are a little better, I think, at upholding appearances and not being crass and disgusting usually, but they're following the men because they want to get their attention. So they think the best way to get their attention is to be disgusting because the men are disgusting. I'm so disgusted with this man because, a really righteous, religious Christian man doesn't speak like that. And doesn't talk about women like that. And you can see it because righteous Christian women, a really religious Christian woman would not post like that on Facebook. A
no.
Jehovah's Witness, a Jehovah's Witness would never post like that on Facebook.
Yeah, I think Jehovah's Witnesses are better Christians, better people than the other mainstream Christians. Because they have no biblical knowledge. Most of the things you talk, you think they ought to know about, they have no idea. So So okay, I'm also saying that because Americans haven't got a religion, they're leading everybody astray. They're leading all the stupid Europeans astray because the Europeans, even if they officially call themselves Christians, they don't get it. They don't even know the stupid stuff that they're supposed to believe in, and they certainly don't. You know, if you ask them, Christian European, what can you list a few Christian principles? They wouldn't be able to list any Christian principles because they're really dumb. And
Well,
no
there's only two
Christian.
Christian principles, right? Love God and your neighbor as yourself. Like, that's supposedly what they say, love is all the law, right?
I mean, but that comes from the Old Testament, so it's not even original to to Christians. Because it's like that's in the Old Testament. If you look up Deuteronomy, love thy neighbor as yourself. Jesus got it from somewhere, and and he didn't make it up. He was just talking about the Torah. And a lot of people don't even know that. It's oh, you took their book, but you don't know. You think it's some original Christian idea. And then, or they might say, "Oh, the Ten Commandments." It's like, yeah, but it's not yours, is it? You took it from the Jews. You haven't got a single original idea other than to worship Jesus as God, and now they can't take it. After I guess they can't the enormity, the nonsense that so many generations of Europeans were supposed to believe in. 102 of generations I've worked out by dividing, by calling every generation 16 years. From the Edict of Thessalonica. So 2023 minus 380 is 1643 divided by 16 is 102 generations, which is quite a long time to be supposed to believe in nonsense. It's just such a massive fraud, right? I mean, the whole thing about the Council of Nicaea. I mean, it's so obvious that they were cooking up some story and they couldn't agree. And then they call the Second Council of Nicaea, and then and then everybody was the emperor was two Roman emperors were Arian, and then they decided no more Arians. They're going to be persona non grata, and they're going to be discriminated against because we're all Trinitarians now, and that. I mean, okay, Europeans don't understand that. That's not the Christian history that they discovered. But it will be once they become Muslim, because there will be a new national narrative of how they came to be, Muslim. When they realized what it was that they were, what it was their religion was.
Yeah, I mean, and I also don't like this whole thing. They're so disgusted in Islam because it's a brown man's religion, and Christianity didn't come from Europe. You know what I mean? This thing, Christianity is not, Christianity came in and destroyed everything the white man created on his own, and what white man created without any kind of pressure on him is nothing like Christianity, and now they are like Christians. You know what I mean? They've been Christians for 17, I don't know how many years now, but they lost everything that they have, but they're so positive that Christianity is the religion for the white man, and it's hypocritical. And I don't know what they think. I guess they think that if they become Muslims, they're going to have to somehow deal with the brown people of the earth. They don't want to do that. They don't, and if you become the same religion as them, there's going to be more back and forth and cooperation and immigration. And I mean, if we became a white Muslim country, I'm sure that they would be a lot more understanding of Muslim immigrants and coming in. I'm sure that they would even promote it because it would spread more Islam. Why wouldn't this
I don't
David?
think so. Okay, assuming this David Meyer person who thought he'd use Islam to rally white people to fight the liberals, they would be saying no, we're going to make our society follow these different rules, so our preferences will be prioritized. And who do they mean? They would mean, the preferences of married fathers who have an interest in the next generation, who, don't want to leave their society like an unflushed toilet, the way a lot of people who don't care, do. Okay, so if you don't have children, I think you're less likely to care about how you're going to leave your society.
Well, I don't know about that because in the Pink Swastika was a good book. I mean, some people say it's not historically accurate. I don't know about that. But
Who
she
wrote
was
it and what is it about? I'm afraid I don't know.
the Pink Swastika is about homosexuals in the Nazi Party. Um, and the writer made what I think was a very keen observation that heterosexuals are more concerned with the family unit and homosexuals are more concerned with broader society. And I think that makes a lot of sense because a homosexual doesn't have children and maybe they're not supposed to have children so they can focus on the bigger picture. And heterosexuals, are supposed to worry about their kids and their wife.
Yes, I mean it's like eunuchs in imperial China. I mean, they would just, it's like you're a man, you'll have to be a eunuch because the emperor doesn't trust you to, with his harem, you know, and then they became very powerful, these eunuchs, because they were assumed to be loyal to the emperor, just because they couldn't have children. Well, any heterosexual man who had a wife and children will just be deemed to be potentially disloyal to the emperor. And that's why, there was this kind of imperial preference for eunuchs.
Yes, I wonder if it was you were more likely to become a eunuch if you were already homosexual. I wonder about that.
I mean, a lot of people kind of, you know, okay, you've heard of the katoi in Thailand, the lady boys, and I think that the Thai transvestites are the best at masquerading as women because they look so feminine and they've got all the movements and mannerisms right, and the Western ones are a bit vulgar. And but obviously there's some money in it if you do it well enough. You go on a show. If you like showbiz, maybe you like and enjoy dressing up in the costumes and everything. All the men going goo goo gaga over you, and even the women praising you for being so feminine. So and I guess there were castrato, weren't there? There were these men who sang in a falsetto and they had to be
Oh, when the Catholic Church used to fucking castrate those little boys so that their fucking voices, that's so barbaric.
castrati. Yes,
That's so
castrati.
barbaric. I cannot believe that anyone did that to young boys.
Yeah, yeah, or their parents did them because they'd say, well, you've got a good voice, you might as well just keep it, before it drops. And yeah, I mean, so all sorts of unnatural things were done, and they were even preferred, right? They were
Mhm.
preferred because it's like, well, we know you're not going to have any children, so we don't have to worry about you wanting to, get some of our stuff to give to your kid.
Mhm. Heidenreich in the chat said that even Muslims of different races don't get along with each other. So I guess he thinks that white Muslims would be hyper prejudiced against brown Muslims and wouldn't let them in. And I really don't know that because
And they're not supposed to be racist. I mean, there's a verse saying that there's no racial superiority. You would only be superior if um, if you obeyed God's laws more than the other groups. But there is no racial superiority of Arabs over other people. And okay, the thing about Islam is that it's so interesting as a kind of political system because actually the Saudis are really nervous about Islam, and they're the ones who most distort its meaning because basically Islam doesn't support a monarchy, and and the king of Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarch. And so, Saudi Islamic scholars just find it impossible to even say, that Islam supports a republic because they'd be done for treason or something.
Well, no, 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 no. I read in the Quran it said, "Don't be jealous of kings. Don't be jealous of them. Allah has given them, whatever, and that's His will, and so don't be jealous of them."
I don't remember that verse, but you must have heard of caliphs. And caliphs are not kings because they don't get to pass on their, leadership position to their children. And Muhammad, despite all his wives, didn't have a single son to pass his, leadership position to. So, there would be his companions, and they were not chosen on the basis of, the hereditary principle of monarchy. I know that in the Mughal Empire, things were a bit different because they basically treated themselves as kings, and then they would have harems, and then they would have all these sons, and every time the king died, all the sons would have to kill all the other sons in order to secure their position on the throne, and eventually that system collapsed.
No, thank God.
Yeah, but
I
what
mean,
I'm
but
trying
these
to
are systems. You can see these are systems created by heterosexual men. Fucked up, cruel. I mean,
Well, I don't think you can point to any system created by any homosexual man that's still going.
no, but within each system, homosexuals tend to be more compassionate, understanding, unless they're like the type of ultra macho freak ones. I mean, I don't want to call them freaks because they're very useful. We need these limitless homosexuals who are like hyper militant if gays are gonna fucking take over. But I think that
But you don't really get along, do you? You gay people, you're so bitchy to each other.
well, only when it comes to like we're bitchy to each other if it's a sexual environment. Like gay men can get together. Let's say it's not for sex, it's gay rights, or like that Trevor project where people call in because gay people call in because they want to commit suicide. And I went to a meeting. There was a bunch of gay men there for the Trevor project. I didn't end up doing it, but they would all hang out. And it didn't matter if someone was ugly and if someone was fat, and they didn't really care about that. They only get nasty with each other when it comes to sex. Like if you're at a gay bar, yeah, no, they don't want to talk to you if you're fat and ugly.
Hmm. What is this Trevor project? What gay rights is that?
No, it's for gay people that want to kill themselves, and they call in the hotline. You can talk them out of
Oh,
it.
okay, okay. Right, right. Do gay people tend to suffer more from suicidal feelings than
I think
heterosexual
so.
people?
Of course, I think so, but I think that has a lot to do with the way they're treated and the way society is built. I mean, first of all, they're not treated well, and then secondly, society was built by heterosexuals, so it doesn't meet the gay ethos. Okay, like you didn't create society for us; you created it for yourselves.
Yeah,
Um,
and within it, gay people can coexist if they know their place.
I know, but we don't want that kind of place. We want to be at the top of it. And the difference is that homosexuals do not copy heterosexual culture, okay, or they're not appreciative to kind of change their lifestyle so they act more like heterosexuals, but heterosexuals change their lifestyle in light of homosexuals, having less children, being more liberal, being a little bit, the women having more power and things like that. I mean, if you allow homosexuals around, they will homosexualize the society.
Yeah, and then there will be problems because the biological imperative of keeping your society in existence, means that you have to encourage heterosexual married couples to properly parent their young. The next generation. And I mean, understandably, homosexuals are not expected to be included in the project because they cannot sexually reproduce with each other.
Well, that's why I'm saying modern problems call for modern solutions, and that's why I'm saying homosexuals should start reproducing, and they should start reproducing in large numbers, and that has to be figured out. I mean, before artificial womb technology, something else has to be figured out, and that's why I said homosexuals should come together and pool their money because it would be easier. It's easier to get an apartment building and have the women stay there and have the families and then just pay for them wholesale than for every woman to have a house and for every gay man to go out and buy a house and put the woman in the house and put the children in the house. And it's just collectively it would be a lot less expensive and a lot less burdensome. So that's what I'm telling them to do right now. That
Okay,
I
so you want to build you want them to take over a whole apartment block, and there will be what, a men and women section. Is that what you have in mind?
I guess.
Do you think? I think instinctively, heterosexuals will probably try to sabotage your efforts.
Of course they will, but that makes us all the better. That's what I'm saying, that we're going to be so much better because everyone's trying to tear us down. We have to be so careful and we have to be and when we are in power, we're going to have to be fucking vicious. You know what I mean? We're going to have to be fucking vicious because there's going to be so many heterosexuals that are trying to get us out of power. And the thing that I wrote in that article about gay supremacy, I said, that we would use violence because heterosexuals would use violence. If you know, they're planning to use violence. These men, they would use violence to get rid of homosexuals. So why can't we use violence to stay in power?
Well, I suppose the idea is that homosexuals would find it harder to organize because heterosexuals would live in families, and then they have this idea that the father is the head of the family, and then they follow orders, and then in their own time, when it's time for them to become a father, they would expect to be treated as the leader of the pack. Well, homosexuals, well, it's just that they're dynamics, their social dynamics would dictate them, well, not agreeing with each other. I mean,
Well, okay, but we have
tell
a
me about
weapon.
that book you read about what the pink
The pink
Nazis, or
swastika, the pink
yeah.
swastika, the pink swastika, homosexuality in the Nazi Party.
Okay, so
Um,
so what did it say about how they organized?
well, I was disappointed in them in that they were always, of course, as usual, auxiliary staff. So homosexuals make very good auxiliaries, like the eunuchs. I think homosexuals make better auxiliaries than other heterosexual men, particularly if they're, in a military setting, like, the hypermasculine ones in that setting. And then, feminine homosexuals are very good administrators and, detail oriented and more anything that takes a civilized touch. I think they're really good at that. But they didn't hold direct power as usual. It was just sprinklings of homosexuals in high positions, but it wasn't like an organized. Unless you're talking about Rome, who was the military leader of the SA, and he was just an out and out homosexual. He was totally open about it, and he was one of these ultra butch homosexuals, ultra war, fuck everyone over, one of that type. And
Mhm.
in the SA, because he was the leader, there was a lot of homosexual control over the SA. And actually, I think that's the way that it would be best. I mean, I think that, it would be best if homosexuals like Rome were in control. He was very
Well,
popular. People say that Hitler killed him because he was scared of his popularity.
okay, I see a problem of gay people organizing. So if you have a group of men and they know they're not supposed to be gay, then they'd have to kind of show favor, get to the leadership position using maybe meritocratic ways and show how dedicated they are to the cause or whatever. Well, if you know the leader is gay, and all the rest of the people in that group are gay, they'll be thinking, well, I'll just give him sex. And then you think, oh, it's the reason why this gay person appointed by the gay leader. I mean, what did he do? Did he just give a better blowjob than any of us? What's it got to do with the
Yeah, but look, that's you could say the same thing about a boss who gives one secretary a higher position than another because she's prettier and stuff like that. It's that kind of stuff is just going to go on anyway with heterosexuals. And And I guess the only way to deal with that is to have no women around, no women in the offices, no women in the workplace, no women as teachers. Anywhere where men have to work, the only way to make it work where there was no kind of um heterosexual competition, not competition, heterosexual not nepotism, but the social version of nepotism, for beautiful, females.
Yeah, I suppose there will be people say, "Oh, you only got the job because you're prettier," but I suppose that would be all right if you were a model, right? A photographic model. Um, but I think there would be problems of male leadership if people were gay. While you were talking, I was thinking of the Spartans because I believe the Spartan army was um, organized on the basis of what two soldiers pairing up and looking after each other or something like that. Did you read it? Have you read anything about that?
Yeah, they say that there was homoeroticism in Sparta, and then there was the sacred band of Thebes, which were a bunch of homosexuals, supposedly. It was a total homosexual army, supposedly. And
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
but
if
I would
you're.
say, on going on this gay supremacy note, that it would be better if there was a gay leader in charge and he appointed gay people, because they're naturally supposed to be the leaders. They're the natural aristocrats.
Well, I suppose that there will always be some sort of suspicion as to whether the appointment was made on merit or just the performance of sexual favors, and that will have a problem.
Okay,
There
but
might
then
be
you
a
would be
problem.
then you're a bad leader. I mean, then you're a bad homosexual leader. There's bad heterosexual leaders too. If you did that, you're just a bad leader and you don't deserve your leadership position. But it's not like homosexuals are going to do that more than other people are. Unless, of course, you have just a whole, just heterosexual men and you keep out the women and the homosexuals, then you could have that kind of not no sexual favors and no prettiness. Nobody wants you because you're sexy or pretty, because heterosexual men don't think about that with each other.
Yes.
um
But yesterday we were talking about pederasty too, and we know that this sort of thing was practiced in ancient Greece and in ancient Rome, and I'm just putting it to you that maybe that could be one of the reasons why Greece and Rome fell because of
well
the practice of pederasty.
I think it was more of the problem that they became too civilized, and then they started having, options and things like that. They started thinking, and I was reading that the Romans were really into anal sex because it meant you didn't get pregnant, and things like that. And then also I think the same thing happened in Rome. The men just all wanted to be soldiers off with each other, and they didn't really want to be with the women or get married, because it was a burden, and it was
Yes,
just.
and then it became a problem for Rome itself because its birth rate declined. And I think these dynamics will need to be considered, don't they?
I know, but
How people
heterosexuals
react to each other.
heterosexuals are in charge of breeding the population, and it's you who stop doing it, not us. We don't stop.
No,
We had, it's heterosexuals' fault.
okay, okay. I mean, they should obviously maintain control, and over time they've lost control. But the heterosexual deal would be that if you're patriarchy, you're basically living in a society that says any person who is not married to another person is not allowed to have sex. And therefore, recreational sex is only the privilege of married couples. Only married couples can have sex. The rest of you can't. And if you do, there's going to be trouble. And that is really the distillation of the operation of the patriarchy. And that is how men stay in control. And if men were to dilute these principles and say, well, a bit of fornication is okay. Who cares if our prime minister is an unmarried parent, and then everything will just go to shit. And this is exactly what's happened in the
Hold,
West,
hold
in
on
our
one,
time.
hold on 1 second. Hey Siri, turn on downstairs. Okay, hopefully that worked.
Mhm.
Okay. Um,
So this is
yeah,
the
it's just
operating
escape this.
principle. No,
Escape
because
this cycle. The thing is
you
that you
can't.
heterosexual, everything is in cycles with you heterosexuals. If we were in charge, there wouldn't be cycles. It would just, if we had modern solutions
We'd
to the
all
breed.
just die off.
No, we need to make modern solutions for
You
breeding.
can point to no civilization in history in which there was a society of homosexuals who ran things, and there isn't, and you know it, and I know
Well,
you
yeah,
want
I
to.
know. Back to that unnatural thing. It doesn't happen naturally, but nature is not the best.
I mean, okay, the ideal is that you do this thing that nature intended, aided by science and technology,
Yes,
and and
exactly.
and and,
And so,
and
and
oh,
some social changes, and homosexuals need to make some changes if they're going to do this. I mean, you have to be a
they
little
won't
bit.
get it together to do it, because it's like, I mean, if you really wanted to have children, you just marry a person of the opposite sex
No,
who wants children.
lots of homosexuals want children. Don't think we don't want kids, and
But
but
who's
we don't
going to
want to.
look after it, and won't it
Us,
be a bit weird?
us. What do you? Us. We would take care of it. We're not just gonna
Yeah,
breed
but
it and dump
I
it.
think, or sexually abusive, which a lot of
Oh,
people are
please.
saying.
Heterosexuals sexually abuse their children constantly. You always bring up these things like this, like heterosexuals are knee deep in pedophilia. And then, whatever. First of all, homosexuals are not more likely to be pedophiles. The problem is there's a lot more homosexuals than everybody knows. So the problem right now is you're 2% of the population, but you rape 3%, the 30% of the children. No, we're not 2% of the population. We're more like 15% of the population. So that brings down those numbers of us, you know, doing more child rape. But I mean, you have absolutely nothing on us when it comes to child rape. Heterosexuals cannot point the finger at anyone.
Well, no heterosexual is going to say heterosexuals never commit sexual offences, but it's how children are reared that would have an effect on whether they are sexually or physically abused as children, and then whether it'll fuck them up and make them, I don't know, mentally ill
I know.
or
See,
criminals when they grow up.
this is the other heterosexual problem in that you have created a disgusting, fucked up race. Okay, the human race has been a disgrace, and that is all heterosexual breeding and rearing, and
But you
you
can't
know.
prove that your system is going to be better. You
Well,
really can't.
okay, we do know that your system is really bad. We know that.
We're saying things could be worse if it was done under your system.
Well, first of all, you don't know that.
Well, it sounds like it's very high maintenance. What you propose,
Well,
getting all these.
civilization is high maintenance. Civilization is high
Yeah, but
maintenance.
we
Any
don't we don't want to make it any more high maintenance.
No, look, okay, like a hothouse flower, I mean, is more maintenance than a weed growing out between the sidewalk. I mean, but are we just not going to have hothouse flowers because it takes a little bit more effort?
Well, I mean, there's I guess, a whole lot of traditional, ancient ideas saying, don't let the homosexuals get on top, because then your civilization will collapse, and then there'll be plenty of historical examples of sexual
No,
degeneracy
no, the
leading to
problem
the
is that
fall of empires.
as society reaches its civilizational zenith, we take control because we just it takes a more delicate and supple mind to run a highly civilized country. The only thing, like you said, okay, not nature is not perfect. The problem with the homosexual is that it's harder for them to breed. So the thing is that we should be at top, like just like that just like, it's unfortunate nature is hard on women. But we have to breed. We just have to start breeding, and that's the only thing. And something can change this time. I mean, we're in civilized time, we have the internet, and just because something has gone certain ways before doesn't mean it needs to go that way again.
Okay, you're saying you're going to ignore all the lessons of history. One of the things I posted on my timeline today, you were saying, oh, it's hard on women, but I posted these articles about how Jewish men would pray or would thank God every day that they weren't born a woman.
Yeah.
Now I thought that was interesting because it's like, um, I mean, the fact that they had this prayer suggests that maybe a lot of Jewish men did want to be women, and they had to be, kind of psyched into thinking that they're luckier because they're men. And you know, maybe if men were left to themselves, they would want to be women. And obviously, if most men decide to be women, then there will be no one left to protect the women, and then they'd all be, invaded and exterminated and raped and enslaved. So, maybe that's one of the reasons for gender roles.
That you can't maintain.
Oh, sorry, can't maintain what?
You can't maintain gender roles because everyone rebels against them every
No,
generation.
so you do it through the law or social pressure, and just so people will think it's obvious that men should be men and women should be women, and men should do this and women should do that. And then, okay, you will get a few men who say, "Oh, but maybe I want to be a woman. I'm really good at sewing and cooking and looking after kids." But they would be the minority, and maybe they could be allowed to look after the kids and cook and be house husbands, but they would be in a minority and they would know their place. And maybe it has to be done this way for the greater efficiency of
Okay, and
your
then
society.
that would make homosexuals way too miserable. They're not going to know their place. They're going to rebel against that. Your whole solution is to make people miserable.
Well, I'm saying if they try to make themselves happy in their own way and it all goes wrong, they'd be even more miserable after being invaded and enslaved by people who regard them as degenerates. By barbarians who obviously are better at invading people and enslaving and killing them and taking away their women and their children as slaves.
Well, that's why we need these hyper masculine homosexuals like Rome who lead armies of, you know, heterosexual men and homosexual men to fucking, Rome was a
Can you
fucking,
tell can you tell us what happened to Rome?
he got shot, he got killed because,
In the night of the long knives, was it?
yes, yes.
Because he was too much of a commie.
No, no, he wasn't too much of a commie. He was, well, okay, they officially blamed it on homosexuality, but it was more that Hitler was afraid of his rising power.
Why was he? Okay, what was his role? What job was he given?
He was the leader of the SA, which was the prior to the SS. The SA was I forget what their name was. The SA was Hitler's early military arm.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Kind
was
of
the
private
leader.
army.
Yes, it was his military arm.
Mm-hmm. And so he got too big for his boots, and Hitler had to get rid of him. And then it was a night of long knives, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So
I
obviously,
think so. I think
okay.
so. I can't remember, but I think so.
But the point is, I mean, you can't point to a successful homosexual national leader. I mean, doesn't it concern you? I mean,
Well, because you kept us down. It's not like everything was open and we just couldn't make it to the top. Heterosexuals have to heavily, heavily, heavily suppress us if we're not going to get leadership positions.
or they might leave you to do arty things, fashion design, They'll say, "Oh, you're so
Yeah, weak
wonderful,"
stuff.
flower
Uh,
arranging.
they want us to be auxiliaries. Do you know what the most disgusting thing in that book, The Pink Swastika, is? I was revolted. This fucking asshole said when a homosexual makes the commitment to be celibate, then they actually have a particularly lofty role in society, and it said that they would be good teachers of children and stuff like that. So we have to be celibate, and then we can teach your children. Then you view us as valuable. See, they know we're valuable, they know we're good at things, but they want us to be miserable. They want us to have no sex, they want us to have no community, they want us to be left out. And then they also want, even if you are viewed as this great homosexual teacher, people, the general society is still going to look down on you.
Hmm. But it would be the same with anyone who isn't married. It's like, you're not married, you're not supposed to have sex. Doesn't matter whether you're male or female. Because that was really the rule. The rule that the only people who were entitled to recreational sex would be married couples.
Yeah, KL says lots of the alt-right men are secretly gay, which we all know.
Yeah, because it's cheap sex. This is
No,
the
because
thing.
because homosexuals are actually attracted to that. Like, actually, I would say that homosexuality is kind of like a fascist, maybe a fascist aesthetic, and because homosexuals have a little bit higher standards. We have higher standards than heterosexuals, so we are attracted to fascism because it's all about high art and high sculpture and beautiful bodies and men in control, and these different kinds of things. And so, yeah, I think homosexuals are attracted to the alt-right.
Well, I think you'll get them everywhere, because that there will be liberal gays and socially conservative gays. I mean, quite a few of them are socially conservative, like David Starkey, who was cancelled. I don't know if you know who he
He
was,
was
but he was
anti-trans. He would make comments about transgender, right?
no, I think he was the one who made a really interesting comment during the 2011 London riots. He actually said that the whites have become black. And
Well, whites.
I think he meant that, white people were just, there were more unmarried white parents than before, and that's how that's how they turned black. Because the whole thing about the 2011 London riots was that, usually when there's a riot in a country, it's like, oh, it's the blacks, and it was noticed that there was a lot of white people.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I think, it's all to do with parenting at the end of the day, and a lot of people don't want to admit that. And okay, about gay sex being cheap sex. I mean, it's like everybody knows, whether you like it or not, that married sex is the most expensive form of sex.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody wants cheaper sex. It's like, no, I don't want them. I don't want to marry them or have children. I just want to have sex with them. And it's like, no, you can't do it, because if we allowed everybody to do this sort of thing, then our society would collapse. And as we see now, that's exactly what is happening.
KL says that it would be better for heterosexual women to allow their husbands to have sex with single gay men. And that's another thing. A lot of these so-called married men are bisexual. I mean, if you're gay, you can go on Grindr and find 500 married men who will sleep with you. I mean, there's no shortage of married. It's a whole fetish. There's a whole gay fetish of sleeping with married men. And I think that's the way it was in
Doesn't
ancient Greece.
surprise me at all.
But
Because
that, but
once
the,
you take the shame away from it, people will think, well, why not? Why shouldn't I try it?
well, they
But
do it anyway.
the
There's this.
overall effect of it is that fewer people will get married and stay married with all this fucking around.
Modern.
And this will have a knock-on effect on the future of your country. And I don't think you can deny that either. as much as you would like to, because of the price of sex. I'm just saying it has to be kept well affordable for most people, and if it's too high or too low, then stuff will go wrong, and that's why marriage is this bargaining counter that men and women can kind of bargain with each other. That is the most important bargain of all, and allowing recreational sex to people not married to each other distorts the price and distorts behavior and causes people not to do what they need to do with consequences for your civilization.
Hi, Heidenreich says the existence of homosexuals is dependent on heterosexual reproduction. Well, that's what needs to change. Homosexuals, this is for the first time in history, homosexuals need to find a way to breed very rapidly and in very large numbers.
Well, I think the heterosexuals, when they discover this, are just going to find your factory and destroy it.
Well, that's why at that time we need to have a lot of control and be willing to be violent.
You will be fewer, and there will be more people prepared to do it, and they'll be capable of reproducing easily, and stop you
Not
from
easily.
your dastardly plan.
Heterosexual reproduction is not easy.
Well, a woman could get pregnant after a few minutes of sexual intercourse. You, While the homosexual man will be just fighting his feelings of disgust at the idea of having sex with a woman. So heterosexual men have the advantage on you. But I don't know why you have to think of all these ideas. Is that patriarchy actually accommodates gay people. You just don't have to be too obvious, and people will just leave you alone if you weren't too flamboyant. It's only when they
No,
start
no, no, no,
feeling
no, no. You
threatened.
could be even if you're a celibate, non-practicing homosexual. If you have an effeminate voice and gait, people will absolutely destroy you.
Well, you're not destroyed.
Well, I was destroyed in school, and people wish they could. Well, look how people talk to me on here when they're hidden. I mean, nobody publicly shames homosexuals anymore because it's such an egregious error that if you did that, that would be a big problem. But they wish they could. If this was the old days, yeah, adult heterosexual men would speak to me like that. I mean, I haven't been gay bashed walking through the streets in years and years and years and years. It doesn't happen anymore. But when I was a little bit younger and 10, 15 years ago, yeah, when I would walk down the street, people would say things to me and make comments.
Uh, did you ever suffer violence?
No.
Hmm. Hmm. But I'm not saying everybody's going to be happy under the system of what I propose, but it would just be in a national interest to have things run that way. I mean, obviously, people shouldn't be abusive and violent, and
But you're going to do the
you have.
same thing to us. If when you get back in power, you're going to treat us the same old way. We're going to get upset, and then we're going to rebel, like we always do.
Well, you can. I'm sure there are ways, there are lots of ways. There have always been ways of, gay men getting together to have sex with each other. They'll all be the usual haunts, and they can do that. So, and they can live together if that's what they want, and nobody's going to hurt them unless they are perceived to be a threat. Which I guess these days that I guess a lot of people are blaming other people for the bad their bad government. And it's not just gay people who are feeling threatened. I guess Jews are feeling threatened, Muslims are feeling threatened. I mean, lots of people, lots of heterosexual people are feeling nervous about the breakdown of law and order. But I'm saying, it's all political, because the most political thing really that people won't acknowledge is who is allowed to have sex with each other. That is the most intensely controversial thing because it affects all of us. Because I assume that everybody's kind of interested in the question, and and,
Heidenreich
and yeah.
Heidenreich says my problem is that I haven't found the right woman yet. I can say the same thing about him, that he's not gay because he hasn't found the right man. This idea that you can somehow cure us and stuff like that. I mean, a homosexual man is just as likely to go for a woman as a heterosexual man is to go for another man. There's not a lot of circumstances that are going to change that. You know, Very rarely does a homosexual man find a woman and is all of a sudden attracted to her and only her, and she was the right woman. He didn't know he was straight. That hardly ever happens.
I actually knew a homosexual man who, well, he well, the thing was, he was married and he was gay. Well, he was bisexual, and when his wife discovered and he was going to throw him out, he said that fundamentally he would give it all up, just to go back to the stability of the family life that he used to enjoy before he was discovered.
Ooh, I like KL in the chat. He said that we need orgies to keep the society spiritually clean. Yeah, it's just how to have high civilization and not a lot of pain, but still have children. Like, let us homosexuals figure out how to do that.
No, we don't trust you because you're not used to doing this sort of thing. It's just not
Well,
within
you
your
do it
area of
badly.
speciality.
You do it badly. You do it in a
Well,
bad, horrible.
at least we do it, but you guys don't because your
Oh God, it
minds
would
are
be
not
better to have
attuned.
nothing than you people. It'd be better to have nothing.
Well, we're not we're not such nihilists as you are. I mean, the fact is that a lot of gay men are not interested in your project. And that is the other problem because gay men don't think like that. If they really, 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 really wanted to have children, they just go, well, okay, I'm going to stop being gay. I'm going to, find a woman and I'm going to marry her. And I'm going, that's what the logical gay man would do. He's not going to be waiting around for you to, have your breeding farms or whatever. Well, he's not going to because it wouldn't happen within his lifetime. And it wouldn't happen within your lifetime if truth be told. Um, and then, where you might as well give it up. But secular Quranism is more likely to happen within your lifetime, and secular Quranism accommodates gay people and will give them the privacy and safety in which to lead their non-flamboyant lives. Unless they want to go to clubs and, tranny clubs or whatever it is that they like going to. But you can be accommodated. And
Yeah, but
then you
I
have
don't trust. No, we don't trust heterosexuals to keep an accommodating society because even when we're at our lowest, we're still dangerous. So you kick us when we're down. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying
I
that
don't care.
the
No, Claire,
right
you're
for you.
one person. If you started secular Quranism, and do you really think that homophobia would disappear?
Well, people are, maybe it's a story of Sodom and Gomorrah and, their parents, because, all parents want their kid not to be gay because they want grandchildren, because, they want to think that their kid is capable of having children too. So these are the factors that weigh against gay people. But maybe, somebody has lots of children, they wouldn't mind, if one of them became gay. But I guess if you only had one kid, you would want your only kid to be gay.
Did you hear that Jackie Chan threw out his daughter for being a lesbian?
Oh, no.
Yeah, he threw out his 18-year-old daughter to the streets. She's homeless.
Was it recently?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. That's how we're treated. You know what I mean? Like, that's how we're treated. And if heteronormativism came back, yeah, people would be throwing their kids out of the house for being gay. If it, they would.
Well, it's a way of showing disapproval. It's like, well, if you want
Well,
to
there's
be,
no need
you
for
want to be gay,
disapproval.
be gay. Well, when you move out,
No, he threw her out into the streets with no money, no help.
and well, I'm sure she's got lots of publicity now, and lots of women prepared to put her up.
I hope so.
So this was in Hong Kong.
No, it was in China.
Oh, I thought Jackie Chan was
Well, Hong Kong is China
Hong
now.
Kong. Yeah. Um, I haven't.
KL says orgies are not just physical, but are above all spiritual experiences. Yes, I agree. I experience spirituality through sex. I've experienced God through sex. So I believe in that.
Well, kind of spiritual ecstasy. Actually, there've been a few paintings that kind of suggest that, I don't know, Mary, when she met the Holy Spirit, was in a state of ecstasy or something. Okay, it says Hong Kong action star Jackie Chan's daughter Etta Ng has refused to reunite with her mother, former beauty queen Elaine Ng, for Chinese New Year.
Well, yeah, because the mother did domestic violence against her.
Oh, so what she said on Monday, January 16, the 23-year-old reportedly told Hong Kong media, "I'd rather be homeless and eat stale bread than you reunite with my mother." Elaine, 50, has not had the best relationship with Etta, who was born out of wedlock after having an affair with Chan. Over the past years, the two have feuded publicly on several occasions. In 2015, Etta accused her mother of abusing her and having a drinking problem. The relationship became more strained in 2018 after Etta tied the knot with Canadian Andy Autumn, 35. In a YouTube video that year, Etta accused her parents of being homophobic, if not for not acknowledging her marriage with Autumn. So she's married, sort of. "We were homeless for a month due to homophobic parents. We've gone to the police, we've gone to hospitals, food banks, the LGBTQ community shelters, and all of them don't give a shit," Etta lamented. Um, in July last year, Elaine publicly voiced her dislike towards Autumn and slammed her for depending on Etta for money. Last October, a netizen spotted Etta queuing for free food given to the needy in Toronto, Canada, where she is currently based. Well, I think we'd have to take her story with a pinch of salt.
Well, I doubt that she's lying about the homophobia.
Not in Canada.
No, in China. She's from China.
Yeah, but she's living in Toronto.
Now she is, but before, when she got thrown out, she was in China.
Well, I don't know all the background, but Hong Kong is supposed to be more liberal than China, or maybe it's about the same. I don't know. Okay, but anyway, it doesn't sound like what's a word that is serious and shocking.
Because you're not a homosexual, of course it's not just, serious and shocking to you. Just thrown out of your house and becoming homeless and having your marriage not accepted.
Okay, the more stories from the South China Morning Post, like how did Jackie Chan's daughter end up living in poverty in Canada? Yeah, so it's all these stories about being at the food bank.
She went to food banks and she all this other kind of stuff, but she shouldn't have to go through that. And this is not uncommon. I wrote in that. I mean,
I
never mind.
guess if your parents don't agree with it. But anyway,
That's
I don't think
horrible.
Jackie. Well, I mean, if you want to show disapproval for what your kid is doing, I guess That's
She's not
kind of what we have to
stealing.
do.
She didn't steal or murder or do anything like that. I mean, she just has a sexuality and I mean, these people need to be shamed. Jackie Chan should be shamed, even though I don't think he gives a fuck. He's over in China. He's not in America anymore. He's not making movies anymore. He doesn't need to worry about public opinion. But, if he was younger and still in the movie industry, yeah, I would say, shame him out of the movie industry. Don't let him play any more characters. And, because in this day and age, if he did that and he was still making movies, he would be thrown the fuck out of Hollywood.
Well, I guess you have a different culture in China, and maybe China is saying enough about these gay people. We want the Chinese race to continue, and if we allow more LGBT status flaunting, there will be trouble ahead, and we'll end up being like the West. But anyway, obviously, Jackie Chan should not have had an extramarital affair.
Okay,
Being
yeah, that's another thing.
years
Well,
junior.
no. Well, under the Noahide laws, they wouldn't be in trouble if they were both unmarried.
Well, under secular
And who
Quranism, they
who
will
was
be lashed 100 times.
who was married? Who was married? Jackie Chang or the woman? Which one was married? Because he can have an extramarital affair if he's married, as long as she's not. But if she's married and has an extramarital affair, that would be the end of her. She would at least be punished, if not decapitated.
Well, I think that the easiest way to do it would be to lash 100 times. All unmarried parents act 100 lashes per illegitimate offspring. That's nice and easy to remember. There's some terrible pictures of her.
Of who?
But obviously, of Etta Ng, the illegitimate daughter of Jackie Chan.
Yeah, so who the fuck is he to judge? He's out having children out of wedlock and he's going to talk to his daughter about being homosexual?
Yeah. He's apparently apologized profusely to his wife, and but
Okay,
anyway,
so
it's
he's
not a
fucking
good idea.
disgusting. Okay, in the Bible, adultery is no less a crime than homosexuality. You're killed for both. Okay, you're killed for both. It's not like homosexuality is so bad and adultery is like not that bad. They're both equal. So he has no right to throw his daughter out of the house.
Well, if I had a wrench, I could post links, but maybe you don't care that much.
Ugh, no, I can't. I can't. I told you I can't give you a wrench um
But because of okay.
because YouTube has me blocked from signing in on all of my computers.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
can't go
Well,
into
hmm
I can't go into my um account and give you a wrench.
hmm hmm Oh, they
Wait,
go around with blue hair, this anti-autumn and uh, Etta.
yeah, Judas Fly is saying, "Hail Jackie Chan. Chan was married. It's on his Wikipedia. Khaw is a horrible person, and Bruno makes me want to vomit. LO chat is dead. Pathetic." But um, what was I just going to say? I can't remember what I was going to say. Well, but yeah, he said hail Jackie Chan. But Judas Fly, he practiced adultery. He's no less guilty than his daughter is. And also, you know what? This is the third time Judas Fly told me that lesbianism is not permitted under Noahidism, but this is like the third time that I've gotten opposite information.
Well, I suppose they think women. It's like, oh, just let them have their fun. They're not going to be a problem. It's only men who will be a problem if they don't want to have sex with women. But anyway, I mean, the Quran is sort of pretty fair because it says men committing lewd acts with each other and women committing lewd acts with each other would be punished.
Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Well, I think this is an interesting conversation about how society is organized. And it's a shame that there's only Judas in the chat and
Okay.
only 4 people watching now.
Yeah, there's 4 people watching right now. Hang on a second. Um, just hold on. I'm gonna go get food, so I'm bringing you into my car with me. Oh my God, where's my keys? No, but it's not fair, and this is what I'm talking about. This would happen in secular Quranism, and I really highly doubt that when gays are out of power, that if it was
You dropped out. I'm afraid I can't hear you. 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 I don't know what's happening. Yeah, so Heidenreich says there's significant difference between male homosexuality and female homosexuality. What would you say is? Please explain. Can you
okay,
hear?
yeah, now I can hear you. I was out for a second there.
Mhm.
But I was just telling you that under secular Quranism, more of this would happen. If this was secular Quranism and he did this to his daughter while he was in the movie industry, he wouldn't lose his job under secular
I think he
Quranism.
would already maybe there would be a different regime for people who have illegitimate offspring, and he would be publicly lashed 100 times. So yeah, that would happen to him under secular Quranism with Hong Kong
Okay, but
characteristics.
what if he had his daughter within wedlock and did this to her?
Then he would have a perfect right to do that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, nobody in public would shame him, like
Yeah,
I guess
because
they
then
do now.
they would know. They would know that lesbians were people who committed the crime of chapter 4, verse 15 in private. So, people would just sort of know not to flaunt these things. And I guess, if you want to do that sort of thing, you'd wait until you were older and could afford your own place, and then you moved out and shared it with your same sex partner. That would be the grown-up way of doing it. Not, announcing at 18 to your father while you're living under his roof that you're marrying another woman. So anyway, it sounds like they're having a go at Jackie Chan, you know, promote, in order to promote gay rights and all that. Oh, he's dropped out again.
Hello?
Hello, now I can hear you. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm driving. Fucking, But what I just told you is that we need to maintain control so that people like this are shamed and lose their careers and lose their jobs and, stuff like that and are socially humiliated. The thing is, you want homosexuals to think twice before coming out because something like this could happen to them. Whereas
Mhm.
we wanted that heterosexual parents, think 2 and 3 and 4 times before doing this to their children because there would be social repercussions.
Well, the thing is, whatever you think about heterosexual people, I mean, the fact is you owe your existence to them. So I don't think,
I know
you
that
can
doesn't
get.
mean they need to be cruel. That doesn't mean they need to be cruel. I don't care. That's not. That doesn't give you the right to be cruel to people.
Well, it's not being cruel. It's just showing that, you don't
It is
approve and you
cruel.
don't agree with it. Well, I mean, I don't see why
Okay,
parents.
she didn't murder someone. Okay, she didn't. What is there to disagree with?
Well, I mean, she could easily have gone out with an unsuitable man, and the parents could have just shown her the door, for those reasons alone, couldn't she? I mean, it's just parental authority and parental rights. I mean, the parent is not obliged to support any adult offspring, uh, and accommodate them,
I
particularly
know
when.
this is heterosexual thinking. The heterosexual's idea is to willy nilly breed, and then as soon as there's something about the child you dislike, you dump it.
Not dump it, just define boundaries.
What?
You define boundaries. You're saying
I
if you think you're just going to get married and live with somebody, well, go off
okay.
you go.
I know a girl that was sent away to a horrible, horrible camp for whatever bad girls because she slept with a black guy. I mean, what if he did that to her? What if she no kids, so under secular Quranism she's not punished, no illegitimate children, she just slept with a black guy and he threw her out of the house? People would be outraged.
Sorry, what sort of scenario you propose? Have you?
That she slept with a black guy.
Okay, well, I mean, it's like whoever your parents don't approve of. I mean, they're not obliged to accommodate you and financially support you, are they? I don't think so. It'd be
No, they're
terrible if
not,
you.
but they're obliged to. Well, no, but this is the way heterosexuals think. You think that you're going to raise these children poorly, and then as soon as they turn 18, you're going to throw them out of the house onto the streets. That's a very heterosexual thing to do. Can you wait 1 second? I just got to go place my order. I'll be right back.
Mhm. It's obviously raining. You can hear the wipers wiping.
Hello?
Hello.
Um,
Is it raining?
yes. Look, you would be furious. Let's say there were two gay men that had a baby and then they threw it out of the house because it was heterosexual. You would be enraged.
Well, I'd be enraged that two gay men would be bringing up a child.
No, but you would be enraged over the fact that they threw her out for being heterosexual.
But it's not the same, is it? Really? I mean,
Yes, it is.
no, because gay men came into being as a result of a heterosexual union. So basically, gay people owe heterosexual people their very existence. So can they stop, trying to supersede and impose their views on their
Well,
parents?
Well, we're gonna get revenge for this. I mean, every time we get revenge, we take over society, and we do get revenge. And this is what you want: a constant cycle of persecution and revenge, persecution and revenge, persecution and revenge. That's the heterosexual. It's just an endless cycle. That's the heterosexual way of doing things.
Well, okay, this happens because people refuse to learn the lessons of history, and every time it happens to them again, they kind of forget about it and they record it and then leave it to future generations to commit the same mistakes. I'm sure it's happened before that people think, oh, well, what's a bit of gay activity, and oh, never mind, and then they find that their societies have collapsed, like the Romans and the Greeks and all those people, and then everybody just tries again, because they think it doesn't apply to them, and you are one of those people, and I've already explained to you the dynamics about how it is necessary. I'm not saying I'm not proposing to exterminate gay people. I'm saying they can go about their business, but they have to know their place. And you're saying, oh, no, we want to be in charge, and I'm saying, but you rely on your very existence on a
Well,
heterosexual.
not for long. Not if we get it together. And for the first time in history, I mean, there was no back then when homosexuals took over society. It wasn't a technologically advanced society, and there was lots of ideas that weren't around, lots of types of thinking that weren't around. I mean, they didn't really understand eugenics, and they didn't understand lots of things. And so this is the first time where it's happening, where we're in a technologically advanced society, and the thinking is very broad, rather than narrow. So, this time, let's see if it works. I mean, I'm not like this is going to be a slow thing where homosexuals take over breeding, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, it's a long-term project, and you would have to rely on, well, I guess a team of homosexuals who subscribe to your project, and you're not going to, and so you might as well give it up and support secular Quranism and achieve something in your lifetime, and help your fellow Americans, and come on side.
No, the Jews taught me not to worry about getting things done in your lifetime.
Well,
Uh, the
the Jews would stone you to death if they were
I know,
following
but what
your
I'm
own
saying,
rule.
I've learned a lesson from that. And you plan long term.
Well, whatever plans you have, it should be based on, well, realistic prospects of success. What is wrong with that? And you have, well, I think secular Quranism has a realistic prospect of success because there is nothing else around other than Noahidism, which I will fight you about. So I suggest that if you become a secular Quranist, I think you're more likely to enjoy success and ploughing your own furrow on Noahidism, just because of the quality of the group you're talking about, and the huge resources and legal precedents and traditions of Islam.
Well, you're not Islam anyway, so Noahidism has a lot more history and people behind it than secular Quranism does. So, I mean, I can
Only
maybe
500,000 people, you said. Well, it's I don't know, 1.4 billion Muslims around the world. I mean, it's quite a difference.
I know, but we're comparing Noahidism to secular Quranism.
Well, secular Quranism is the anti-room to Islam. It's the bridge from matriarchy to theocracy. So, I've got all these labels, I've got all these signposts, and I don't see why you can't join me. Because at least you'd be able to have a sensible conversation about this or that verse, and impose your own interpretation of it, and get the whole thing started by getting people to talk about it. and especially the
I
Muslim
don't
because
want
of,
a bridge to Islam. I don't want a bridge to Islam. That's not what I want.
well, you would want it if you think it would be good for your country, and if you don't feel that it would threaten your interests. And I'm prepared to guarantee that, well, that's certainly not my intention to threaten your interests or your well-being or your property or your
Well, but
privacy.
it's leading to Islam, and that threatens my well-being.
Well, you've heard Mujahid explain to you that you can get away with it as long as you don't get convicted of public decency offences, and I think I've explained to you why this needs to be done, just to get people to understand that um, that certain people would have the the privilege of being the most preferred model of human existence, and there are people who will be treated as sex offenders. Um, and you were complaining yesterday about these transgender people, and you said they were trying to impose their will on you. All these
No,
transgender,
they are trying to get me to have sex with them.
yeah, which is, well, kind of like forced marriage, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
Because I mean,
homosexual males don't go to heterosexual men and guilt them into having sex with them. That doesn't happen.
yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And also, if they want to guilt you, they're trying to say that they are above you in status. That is the thing that I think a few people were trying to explain to you, that your status will be in the current situation of intersectionality. The worst people, the most fucked up people who don't have a sustainable lifestyle will be asserting status over you. Because basically, I would say that, okay, you could be a sex offender, but you can sort of repent and not do it again. And you can be gay and say, well, I don't want to be gay anymore. I'll be celibate, or even better, I will be a married father. In theory, it is possible for that to happen. So it is for this reason that I think sort of reformed sodomites have, well, even sodomites should have a status above people who have already sterilized themselves through their gender altering operations. And I'm saying my system, my moral and legal system would protect you from those people, and also gay bashing homophobes. And then you'll get all the credit for being so sensible and American and knowledgeable in theology, and maybe getting a job in your chosen religious radio station and all that sort of thing. Wouldn't that be nice? But you have to do the right thing. Just show, I don't know, take a few steps in the right direction. I mean, you do have great powers of concentration and great energy. And yeah, people are entertained by our conversations. And people, when they're scared, will willy-nilly, they will look at religion and its narratives, which is really our area of expertise.
I just don't want anything near the Quran or the Bible or the Talmud. But for my purposes, Noahidism is much better because it's strict. I want the gay people to rebel. I don't want them to be lulled to sleep. I don't want them to be soft killed. I don't want that. You know what I mean? Because then they won't wake up from that.
Okay, but I think for gay people to take the threat seriously, they would have to look at the biggest threat. And actually, there are lots of gay people who are Islamophobes, like Douglas Murray. A lot of gay people feel very threatened by the ideas of Islam, criminalizing their sexual preference, etc. So actually, if you want to frighten gay people, Islam is the one to go for, even though it is in theory more lenient, because I guess practical gay people will think, well, we haven't really heard of this no hide business, and nobody ever talks about them. But they're always talking about Islam, and all these YouTubers arguing about it. So actually, going with Islam would be a better way of frightening gay people.
Well, like I said, this is a long-term project, and I do have faith that Noahidism is going to overtake Islam. I mean, I'm not a spiritual person, but I think there's things about the universe we don't understand, and I think there's things about the universe that can look like magic or look like God or look like miracles, but they're really not, or they're just something scientific that we don't understand going on. I think it's possible that people's brains, just by thinking about something, can make it happen in reality. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's possible. And I think that Jewish prophecy is much more potent than Islamic prophecy.
But it's the same thing. It's like the Messiah's going to come and there'll be the end times. It's the same thing. The Christian and Islamic eschatology is the same thing. It's like, and then the world will end, and then there will be the second coming, and the Jews say, no, it won't be Jesus, and the Muslims say, yes, it will be, and there'll be the Mahdi too. But anyway, it's quite similar and too vague. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, what's so difficult to understand about the Abrahamic God? I mean, I think everybody instinctively understands. Oh, he was the one who created the universe, and he knows everything, and understands everything, and can do anything. And every now and then, if he thinks we're good, he's going to help us and protect us, and that's all you need. And oh yes, and make sure that perfect justice will happen. We just have to believe, right? So there's nothing complicated about what I've just told you.
No, but I believe in the so-called magic of the Jews more than the magic of the Muslims.
But there's no magic in the Jews. It's sort of like God has a kind of backup plan. It's like, oh yeah, I created I made God, Jews, God's chosen people, but actually I know they're not going to do it properly because it's obviously too hard for them. And what I know they'll do is they'll claim all the privileges without the responsibilities. And actually, this is something my headmistress said. You can't have the privilege without the responsibility, and basically this is what the Jews are doing, and then they just sort of wave away with the hand. It's like about the 36 capital offences and say, oh, God didn't mean it. He's not mean like that. It's like, well, when did he say he didn't mean it? Do you really believe that what he said in the Torah is true, or whether he said it at all? And they never answer any of these questions. And I'm saying Islam is going to sort them out because it's got a better story in it. People are more prepared to fall in with its rules because it's not so draconian in its punishment. And if you help me sort out these these rabbis, really. I mean, you can just pursue them for their hypocrisy and their refusal to rank the four Gentile religions. And it's like, you can even blame them for everything that's gone wrong in the world. It's like, well, you're supposed to believe in the whole thing, aren't you? And you never do it. You always find some sort of excuse. Now, if you were prepared to tell the Christians what you really think of them, would they have gone that far? And you could have told them as soon as Islam was established. Because then the Jews could just sort of, gang up with the Muslims to tell off the Christians. And maybe the Christians would only listen if Jews and Muslims are telling them off at the same time. And right now, separately, these Jews and Muslims are too scared still to tell the Christians off for their idolatry.
Well, then Muslims are also guilty, and so they should
Yes.
have. So then God should send another revelation because it didn't work.
No, it did work. It did. Look, it would work if they followed it, but maybe all these people claiming to be Jews, Christians, and Muslims don't really believe. They just sort of wear it as a kind of uniform or a badge of identity, but they don't really believe in it. And there are people like that. They sort of have a vague idea that if they say they believe in God, they'll come into one of these sort of big groups in the world, and then they kind of dignify themselves and say, hey, I'm a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or a Hindu, but and that's why they do it. I mean, yesterday we were talking about Jen Sharf and her ideas, which are basically to put herself above us. I mean, she instinctively understood that by claiming to believe in God, she is above people who are just atheists. But
Stephen J.
really,
James. Stephen J. James says here that Vincent would have success focusing on the dick chopping trans women. Final boss. A trans exclusionary radical gay movement is a gap in the market. I mean, no, I don't want to become anti. My only problem, okay, this is my problem with trans. My only problem is that to deny that there's no such thing as gender or a male and a female and there's no biology behind the sexes is just absurd. It's disgusting. What's the most disgusting is getting professors run out of colleges because they, are into biological realism and stuff like that. And the other thing is guilting people into fucking them. Like, that's just vile. That's just vile. And the
well,
trans
I feel
community,
outraged on your behalf.
the trans community is not going to have the same success as gay people did because they're doing it wrong. They're doing it in a really sick and twisted way, and the homosexual men are not going to put up with that. And these FTMs on Grindr, they text me and they're like, "Are you into FTM?" And I'm like, "As friends," and then they say something nasty or they block you or something like that. That's not the way you deal with people. I mean, they are victimizing. They're no longer the victims. I mean, they're still victims, but they're also victimizers.
Well, yes, I mean, this is the problem with matriarchy, and matriarchy is established by lowering standards of sexual behavior. And then really, when you think about it, it was actually fornication that was the gateway sexual offense to all the others. And now we're looking pederasty in the eye because they're thinking of reintroducing it because they can't see the harm of it. Despite all the lessons of history and all these empires that fell, and they just refuse to connect it with the lowering or standards of sexual morality. I mean, obviously, your civilization is going to fall if every subsequent generation is more badly parented than the previous one, and they know less and they behave worse and they're more mentally ill than the previous one. I mean, this is a problem of degeneracy because, basically marriage is a eugenic practice. I mean, the only reason why they make all these people jump through hoops is to say, no, not everybody can get married. Only certain people who are marriageable will get married because not everybody is entitled to have sex or children if they're not married. And if all these rules need to be reinforced, and I know people just don't get it, and I've explained it so many times, and I think you kind of get it, and you're saying you feel the danger of the trans people getting above you, and I agree with you. They shouldn't be above you because I'm saying, in theory, if you subscribe to the whole value system and belief system of patriarchy, you would have to say that the homosexual is above the transgender person. who has
Well,
had
I mean,
some.
I don't necessarily want these hierarchies. Oh, shit. I don't necessarily want these hierarchies. I don't want trans people. I don't want gay men to become the new straight people that that trans people just can't deal with.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't want to become the new straight people where like we suppress. If you read that article that I wrote about gay supremacy, I did say that gay male homosexuals are kind of at the top of the LGBTQ pyramid, and we could rile up the other LGBTQs against the sodomites. I mean, okay, yeah, I'm actually more into going after sodomites. I play both sides of the avenue. I want to persecute the sodomites, but I also want them to be in power at the same time, and it goes hand in hand. If they're being persecuted, they have more, resilience. They're going to fight back harder.
Okay. Secular Quranism is useful for putting gay people on notice. It's like, look, that that gay lawyers will look at the thing properly, and that's what I want them to do.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to see if my food is ready. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yes, I mean, if we live in a matriarchy and we live in this inverted social hierarchy where the people at the bottom would be the people at the top, then people like Vincent would also be at risk of having his status undermined. And this is something secular Quranism can help with. Yes, Judas, I think Vincent is obsessed about his idea because he knows as a homosexual that he's not going to be having children, and I think inside Vincent is a married father screaming to get out. And I think secular Quranism can help rehabilitate him. And once he supports secular Quranism with the commitment with which he has supported his other ideas, he will be moving towards rehabilitation.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, have you been chatting?
A bit, and then I got distracted. So,
so
where have you gone? Did you order food
I
or
went
something?
I got food, and now I'm going home, and when I eat, I'm going to put myself on mute so they don't have to hear it. You know the saying, it's good to have enemies?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's good to
Why
have...
is it good to have enemies?
Huh?
Why is it good to have enemies?
Yes, it's good to have enemies, and it's good to have a worthy enemy. The fight against Noahidism is going to be a lot more, in my opinion, interesting than the fight against Islam. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with the common... that's a boring enemy, that's not that.
It's
That's
not
a boring enemy.
Look, I think you must already know that most ordinary people, they've heard of Islam and Muslims and terrorism and all the bad stuff that comes with it, all the cultural and political baggage that comes with Islam. So if you want to scare people, you use Islam. You don't use this Noahidism that nobody takes seriously. Not really. And then you explain everything to them. It's like, well, I don't really see it, even though you've explained it. I don't think it's going to happen. And, and the rabbis keep, saying yes and no. So if you use Islam, which is secular Quranism light, I mean, which is what secular Quranism is based on, then you will, kind of get the bad boy image that a worthy enemy. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, we're the enemy, and I don't want to fight Islam. I mean, well, first of all, I want fucking revenge on Islam. Okay, because this all started with Islam because I became a radical, fanatical activist. Islam is what got me involved in it because I didn't even know one thing about Islam. And then I met this Muslim boy at school, and he introduced me to the MSA. So I started researching Islam, and I found all the terrorism and the murders and all this other stuff. And so I started posting on my Facebook, and he threatened to decapitate me. And that just flew me into a fucking rage and, like, threw me off course. And, I just became this radical activist against Islam, and then it segued into Noahidism. But I want revenge on Islam. And I would rather see Noahidism destroy Islam and then have to fight Noahidism than Muslims. And I told you I believe the Jews and Noahidism is the final boss. It goes, you got to beat Christianity and Islam. You got to get them out. And then you beat the final boss.
What is MSA?
Muslim Student Association.
Okay, so I really think, if you square up against Islam, you're just going to get more attention than if you square up against Noahidism. It's just a matter of tactics. And I'm not saying it.
Look,
People don't think Noahidism is a threat. I'm saying ordinary people, your fellow Americans, if they're going to be thinking of a religious group that is threatening, they're going to be thinking Islam. They're not going to be thinking Noahides. So you're not single-handedly going to change everything. So you might as well go with the flow and talk about Islam and well, maybe getting control of the interpretation, and we can argue about that.
Well, I didn't want to be in control of the interpretation of Islam, but
if you want to frighten people, if you want to frighten gay people, it would be with Islam, right? Because
Islam, the war with Islam is more physical and more like less intellectual and less not sneaky. Like, Noahidism, you have to think, you have to research everything, you have to see through their lies, and it prepares the soul more than Islam does. Islam is less tricky of an enemy. Okay, I might lose you for a second because I'm turning off my car and the Bluetooth might have to switch over, so I might lose you.
All right. It's Dalmatian Dog again.
Okay, I can still hear you.
Okay, well, Dalmatian Dog is here. And he knows how to spell my name properly.
And also, like, unlike you, I'm not looking to do this in my lifetime. I don't need to do it in my lifetime. I think more long term. And I think that's a better way of doing things. I think Islam wants it, like, fast. And I think Islam wants it fast.
Mm-hmm. All right, but you don't want to. So you're not that bothered if it happens within your lifetime, but why aren't you? I mean, why won't you use a thing that is most likely to happen over your lifetime? Because otherwise it'll be wasted all your energy and all this talking and whatever, and obviously you're going to go for the more likely scenario and work from there. And if your purpose is really to frighten homosexuals, I think it's pretty obvious which idea is going to frighten them more. right? I mean, I think you'll just have to admit that, if you want to frighten, gay people who don't take an interest in these things, you'll have to do it with Islam or
Okay,
secular Quranism.
I lost you for a second. Can you repeat that?
I'm saying that gay people are more likely to be frightened about Islam than no-hidism. I mean, go to Douglas Murray and, all the other gay people who might be frightened of, having their sexual liberation threatened. They won't be thinking of no-hidism. They'll be thinking of Islam and,
Okay,
and stories of being thrown off tall buildings. So if you
that-
want to frighten them in your own terms, you'd still have to use Islam. So what you're doing, supporting no-hidism, is really just to be different from me. That's really what you're doing, because it makes no sense from your point of view.
has nothing to do with you, Claire. I was involved in no-hidism before I met you. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but you started getting annoyed about the no-hide laws because you think, oh, how dare the Jews, and and that, was that the reason?
Why was I annoyed with the no-hide laws?
Yes.
Why? Why was I annoyed with it?
Yeah, I mean, what about it, and drew it to your attention, and why did you decide to campaign against it?
Well, it all goes back to my childhood because I did read the Old Testament, and it's the most disgusting, horrible, vile book that was ever created. And so I said, who the fuck would write something like this? And then I just became a little bit suspicious of Jews. I'm like, okay, your culture produced this book. What am I supposed to think about that? And I held that to myself for a long time because I really couldn't find much wrong with Jews that they were doing. So I didn't really express it. But when I came across the Noahide laws, everything made sense.
So what were you reading in the Bible that so outraged you about Jews? What are you eating?
Snow peas and soy sauce with rice.
Okay.
Just the anti-paganism, the anti-homosexuality, how the Jews treated, constantly lying, constantly tricking people, constantly just bad behavior.
So you read the whole of the Old Testament? Have you read it? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't. So which verse which bit made the most impression on you?
Well, I wrote a blog. I wrote a book about the book of Genesis, and I went through it and showed how fucking disgusting the Jews are. It's if you go to my profile on my blogger profile, if you go to Just Another Hindu and go into my profile, you'll see a blog called Dynasty of Crime, and I have to write book number 2.
Mm-hmm. I didn't. So, what was the thing that made you so outraged? I remember the sort of really horrible things in people being murdered horribly in Kings, I think, or Judges, I forget now.
Oh no, Stephen J. James, I'm still on my fruit diet because snow peas have peas in them and rice is a seed, so I'm not breaking my diet.
Dynasty of Crime. So, so the first thing I see is Jacob plans to bribe his brother Esau. That one.
Yeah.
It's quite well researched. Esau forgives Jacob. So which is the worst Jewish behavior that that you can think of off the top of your head?
Well, I told you I didn't like the anti-idolatry. I didn't like the
Oh, the worshipping of the golden calf and the execution of all the Jews who
yeah,
worship the golden
that's
calf.
fucked up. And
Okay.
the fact that Aaron is the one who actually created the calf and he didn't get killed, Moses' brother, that's fucked up.
I guess being the brother of Moses protected him a little bit.
So what? He made an idol. They killed everyone except for him.
Yeah, but I guess he had some good points, right? I mean, all the characters in the Old Testament, I mean, they're a mixed bag, really. I mean, none of them are perfect. And in a way, I prefer it that way because it reflects life. You don't get, an out and out villain, and out and out saint. And, it's more realistic in my view. I mean, it just sort of annoys me, the way they say, oh, Muhammad was so perfect, he never did anything wrong, and blah, blah. And it's well, I just prefer the stories in the Old Testament. But don't you see the problem of idolatry? I mean, just supposing God exists, the whole idea is that, and okay, supposing the Abrahamic God who created the universe exists, and he was the one who communicated with humanity twice through the Torah and the Quran, then if you're an idolater, it means you're following something else. And if he exists, well, you're depriving yourself of the guidance of God, right? I mean, that's the only way to define idolatry, really. I mean, you'll say, "Oh, I'm an idolater. I don't follow the Quran or the or the Torah, but I know better." And it's like, well, do you? Do you really know better? Is your civilization better than Jewish or Islamic civilization? And if you were Christian, has something terrible happened to your civilization because you seem to be propagating the policies of Sodom and Gomorrah, and people basically don't know what happened to you, and it seems like you've just gone mad in the last 50 years. And your people are complaining, Westerners are complaining about how everything is going wrong and how they hate their government. So obviously something has gone wrong. And you can sort of work it out like, oh, it's because these Christians with their 3 global empires, they didn't really believe in it. They only pretended to follow it. And all the time they made the rules up as they went along. And these Jews weren't much good either because obviously they couldn't see the point of following, obeying the 36 capital offences, and you can't expect them to execute each other after they were kicked out of Israel. But over the centuries, they basically treated it as if it didn't really matter.
Okay, guys, just so you know, I'm posting the link to come on the panel in the chat. So if anyone wants to come in, Stephen J. James, KL, Judas Fly, just to spice it up a little bit.
But so, I mean, I've just painted you a picture of how God might be looking at things if he exists. He's already said, well, I forbade idolatry, and you've been doing it for 1700 years, and you still don't get it, Christians. And, well, the Jews, they haven't even begun to tell these Christians. And the Muslims, is like, they have no excuse either. Because there's chapter 18, verse 4, that says, admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son. And actually, the Muslims have even less of an excuse to not tell the Christians that their religion is idolatry. And it's actually quite fun telling them that, because they go, oh, what, and then they run away. They scuttle away. They don't even have a ready explanation, for any, for failing to confront the Christians. It's like they know. And I keep asking them, like, well, if you say that you've obeyed this command in chapter 18, verse 4, I'm sure that you would have some historical record of when Muslim national leader, sent a letter or something to the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury or something of that nature, and they haven't got anything. They haven't got anything at all. So basically, you can tell them all off, and you don't even have to believe in God because I'm using their own narrative. It's like Jews, don't you believe this thing about idolatry? And why are you cozying up to the Christians? And don't you understand that if you're saying that your Judaism is much a bit more restrictive than Islam, then you'd be okay living under Sharia in Israel. And this is why the Muslims are angry with you, because they know that your God is not liberal democracy. They know your God is supposed to be, the God who revealed the Torah, and they're living like liberal Democrats. I mean, that's why the Muslims won't, stop trying to kill them in Israel. And so this is a terrible confusion of Jewish identity. And David can't work it out himself. He says confusing things like, oh, Judaism is what Jews do. And I say, it's obviously not true. Judaism is a religion, and a religion has principles, and there are 13 principles and 613 laws and all these things that he thinks he can just fool us by pretending to forget about them. And you see why these Jews are so devious, because they want something to be yes and no at the same time. And that's why David is involving, what he calls his multiple truth hypothesis, which is basically saying, yeah, but no. And I can see how convenient it would be, if you can, say yes and no. The answer to your question is yes and no. So you get out of jail free. Are you guilty? Yes and no.
Well, what if this helps the Jews get power?
No, they're not going to get power because they're going to be exposed. And all these Muslims are so dumb, they don't even dare confront the Jews. I've given them all these arguments about what to say to the Jews. I told them to go up to these Orthodox rabbis and talk about the no-hide laws. And I've heard stories of these rabbis refusing to engage with Muslims because they kind of know where it's going to go. Especially if a Muslim says, well, would you like to talk to us about the no-hide laws? Aren't you supposed to be teaching us the no-hide laws? And these rabbis run away because they already know where it's going. I really hope that enough of these Muslims are going, oh, would you like to rank the 4 Gentile religions and tell us where Islam is after you've done your ranking? And what about Christianity? Is it above Hinduism or below? And this is something that will drive them mad. And you can drive them mad without punishing, hurting them or anything. And these are things that they should have been able to answer a long time ago. Because they were obviously supposed to support the Gentile religion that is most no-hide, and they haven't done anything of the sort.
No,
and they can't do anything. They can't do anything.
They're supposed to support full Noahidism, and Islam is not full Noahidism.
Yeah, but it's the closest, they can say, oh, it's not quite fully no-hide or whatever, but I'm saying, whether it is fully kosher or whatever you guys call it, it is the closest. And there's already this thing about, this prohibition on Jews entering churches, which are places of abomination where idolatry is practiced, but allowed to pray with Muslims in mosques. So you can use all these, this information against them, and Muslims can. And I'm going to show them how to do it. And I think a lot of them already have kind of understood it. But together we can do even more to turn the tables on these Jews who are saying they're so clever and chosen and whatever. But actually, what it means about being chosen is that they will be made an example of. They were chosen to be made an example of. So there's no need for Gentiles to envy Jews because they're going to be punished more harshly than us. So why would they be? Oh, we're so wonderful and chosen and whatever. It's like, yeah, but you're going to be punished worse than us when you do things that isn't even a crime for us, but is a crime for Jews, like breaking the Sabbath, whose penalty is stoning. So they can't even explain to themselves logically why they want to be Jews, except that they prefer to be Jewish because all their friends and family are Jewish, and say, but what about your afterlife? Do you want to be punished in this terrible way for all your transgressions that you were punished for in your Jewish lifetime? They have no argument. And there's so many Muslims, like 1.2 or I don't know how many, and how many Orthodox rabbis are there? It's so easy to get them, and I think the Muslims will be keen. Once we get a bit of head of steam. Particularly if you announce that you support secular Quranism, and everybody will go, "Wow, but he's gay and he's married. Is he crazy?" And then they'll be asking you all kinds of questions, and you can answer and say, "You're not that scared of secular Quranism. I'm your screaming partner. I'm the supreme authority of secular Quranism, and I've never shown hatred for you."
Stephen J. James wants to know if you're gonna have circumcision.
For whom? I'm not going to be circumcising anyone.
Well, but Islam calls for circumcision, so secular Quranism going to call for circumcision.
Well, it's up to them. I guess Jews want to circumcise their infant boys.
You don't think that should be illegal?
No.
Why?
No, I mean,
boys don't like. Do you know how many men grow up and they absolutely wish they had their foreskin?
Yeah, because they're anti-Semites.
No, they're not, because they don't want. Because it actually makes sex feel better. It's actually better for you. And why would you put a baby through that much pain? That's horrible.
It was part of your identity, I suppose. I mean, it's part of the price of being,
You didn't make the choice. They forced the choice on you. That's
disgusting. Are you circumcised? Are you circumcised?
Yes, and I'm angry about it.
Okay, I guess, if you were never asked, but I mean, get angry with your mum and dad who put you through it.
Yeah, it should be illegal.
Well, I mean, for some reason, it's standard procedure in America, right? To be circumcised.
It's very common in America.
Yeah, so you can't prove the harm. I mean, you're just angry about it because you weren't consulted, and I guess this is a kind of thing that. Okay, do you know the history of it? Was it some Jewish doctor pushing it on them, or?
Well, I heard that it was Jews pushing circumcision on America. That I 100% know that's true. But I mean, to cut off the flesh, a piece of flesh from a baby, is absolutely vile.
But don't you remember? You don't remember it happening, do you?
That's very shocking to a child.
Yeah, I mean, they say that what happens is that the boy just cries, and then it's over, and he won't remember it. He won't remember the occasion.
I know. Well, he'll remember it when he's older and he has the circumcised penis, and he's angry at his parents because they didn't give him the choice. If you want to be circumcised, do it when you're an adult.
Well, it's more painful then. Actually, the Muslims in Malaysia, they do it in adolescence. It's like a rite of passage. So, maybe do you want to do it like that? Anyway, the male members of the royal family have all been circumcised. So, it's obviously some, I mean, there's a lot of people who kind of pretend to be Jews. I mean, there's something called the British Israelite movement. And it's like, there's all these, British people who say, oh, but really we're Jews, we're the real Jews. And, so there's a lot of this thing about, well, there's Hebrew Israelites, right? The black people saying, "Oh, we're the real Jews, not these Ashkenazi Jews."
Hold on one second, Claire. I'm just switching over my microphone, so I might disappear for a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously,
Okay.
this is something that men go on about a bit more. I mean, as a female, I think the circumcised penis is more aesthetic.
No, men shouldn't have to go through that.
But you don't even remember having gone through that, so well, you're just letting your anti-Semitism bubble to the
It's
surface.
not anti-Semitism. That's just, and it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's just, I mean, that's like, cutting off a girl's clitoris or something. Like, you just
Oh,
don't do shit.
are you saying, your enjoyment of sex has been impeded? I mean, obviously, you seem to be enjoying sex. You're always talking about it, so it hasn't stopped you from enjoying sex. Unlike female circumcision, which is meant to stop the woman from enjoying sex.
Look, I don't care if it's Jewish. Cutting part of the natural body off a baby is disgusting.
All right, sue your parents, and then your parents. I mean, it's like it's done. You want to focus on it and cry about it. Well, all right, but it's not. Uh, I mean, is it standard procedure now? I mean, parents can say, no, don't circumcise our son. But actually, a lot of people sort of think it's a posh thing to do, because, you know, members of, okay, in Britain, um, male members of the royal family have all been circumcised. So I guess if you want to, pretend to be aristocratic, you might want to do that.
Yeah, well, it's a bad example, and unfortunately, the culture has been adulterated with this practice, and it needs to stop. And there's plenty of, there's that organization Intact. They call themselves Intactivists, and they're not anti-Semitic. I mean, their reasons. I mean, they think that it psychologically damages the baby. That that extreme pain is not good for a young baby to go through.
Oh, well, then it's like, well, why are you complaining about Jews then? There's still so many of them, and so many anti-Semites are complaining about Jews, and it hasn't harmed these Jews. So, it's all debatable, isn't it? About harm. You can't really prove it, so it's like, move on and talk about things that, you might have a hope of proving. Because it's all subjective then, you just decided to, go on about it for the rest of your life. And, in the meantime, you enjoy sex and so what's the problem? But you just want to go on about it.
But
And it's not
that had nothing to do with the fact that I said this Intact organization has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. They believe it's psychologically damaging to the baby. That has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
okay. I'm sure they're going to say that even if they're really anti-Semitic. I mean,
Please,
I know.
Look, it's barbaric. It's barbaric. It has nothing to do with Jews. If Christians were doing it, I'd be against it too. And if Hindus were doing it, I'd be against it too. There's no group on this earth, if they were circumcising their babies, that I would support it.
Well, I guess I don't have strong feelings about it, since, it hasn't really damaged Jews and they appear to be indestructible. And, Gentiles are, either they want to imitate them or are just pretending to be angry about having lost their foreskin because their parents carelessly allowed
No
them
one's
to.
pretending. Nobody's pretending to be angry. I mean, you didn't ask for it. You mutilated it. You changed the way it looks. And you reduce the sexual pleasure.
Well, I think a lot of Jewish men manage to have sexual pleasure.
I know, but it still dulls the nerves.
Oh, they still manage to. have
There's
practiced
no
children.
reason to remove that. There's no reason.
Okay,
Absolutely
it's
none.
just a badge of identity, I suppose
That's
you
a
ask.
disgusting badge. That's a fucking disgusting badge of identity that's forced on you by your parents. That's like those fucking Muslims that slit their children's heads open with knives so that they have scars all over. You know, taking a 2-year-old baby and running a knife over its forehead so that now it has like a scar. That's fucked up. The Shias,
I didn't know that was a Muslim practice. I
the
haven't heard.
Shias, the Shias do it. You know, the Shias, they cut themselves and stuff like that.
Well, I suppose a Christian equivalent is that of baptism. You know, it's sort of you get this baptism certificate, and it's a sort of saying, yeah, you're one of us now.
Yeah, but it
And
doesn't mutilate the body.
okay, I mean, I guess a lot of people
Okay,
do consider
what if,
mutilation and think it actually improves the appearance of the penis. So,
oh, fuck that. And what if they were putting tattoos on babies?
well, we know that Jews are very much against tattoos.
I know, but would you be against people putting tattoos on their babies?
Yes,
Why?
because there's no scriptural justification for it. I mean,
That's all you care about?
No, because
So wait, so you're saying if the Quran or Bible never disallowed tattooing, you would allow people to put tattoos on their babies?
I can't stop them. I can't stop them. I wouldn't do it to my baby, but you know, I guess you know there are all kinds of cultures and tribes, and they have strange practices, and I wouldn't be able to stop them. So I'd have to, well, just not get too hot under the collar about things that I have no way of influencing. And yes, I think a lot of people who go on about it are just not acknowledging their basic anti-Semitism. Because they feel that, somehow or other the Jews have managed to get at them and steal their foreskin and they're never going to forget about it and we'll just, use it as an additional
Excuse me, no. If Hindus took my foreskin, I would be very angry with them.
Well, I mean, ultimately, you'll have to say, Mum and Dad, well, why did you allow me to undergo such a horrible thing? And I guess, Dad would say, well, I had the same thing done to me. It's part of our tradition, my son.
Ugh. You know what? You break evil traditions. There's no excuse. I don't. People know what they're doing.
Evil.
Yes, it is evil to rip the foreskin off your baby.
Well, not according to Jews, not according to Muslims, not according to members of the British royal family who are male.
Well, they're fucked up. They're fucked up.
Okay, but there are lots of perfectly healthy Jews and Muslims and, moving around and living their life and enjoying sex without their foreskin. It's just that you've just decided to cry about it.
No, I didn't want it done to me. What if I don't want my penis looking circumcised? What if I like the look of an uncircumcised penis?
Oh, you can... There's no point crying over spilt milk, is there?
Well, you could stop it from happening to other people like those intactivist people.
All right. I mean, are you an intactivist?
Not officially, but yes. I mean, I believe in intactivist principles and I would support them and their protests and stuff like that.
Okay, well, I'm female. I just, I'm neutral about it, all right? I just don't see that it's done, Jews and Muslims any harm or Gentiles who are neither Muslim nor Jewish any harm. So I'm not going to get excited about it. And I'm not going to propose that it be banned.
That's kind of fucked up, Claire.
No, it's fucked up to say, oh, I really don't like Jews. Oh, but I'm going to just go on and on and on about the foreskins of
okay, Claire, you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to start doing to baby girls? We're going to start cutting off the tip of the nipple. You know what I mean? So she can't be too excited when they rub her breast. It's not going to feel the sensation as much. And she won't...
Obviously, I would disapprove because there's no precedent for it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only. But you agree that cutting off
the tip of the nipple on a girl would be absolutely barbaric, right?
Well, yeah, because what you've just said, what you've just proposed is completely unprecedented.
No, not unprecedented, barbaric. I'm saying, I didn't say it's unprecedented. I said it was barbaric. Isn't it barbaric to cut off the nip of a baby's girl's nipple in order to reduce her sex drive?
Well, it'd be cruel, unnecessary, and yeah, unnecessary.
Okay, well, that's what happens to boys. That's what happens to boys.
But boys have not been considered deformed or suffer any harm because they were, able to marry.
Okay, but then there's nothing less barbaric about circumcision than there is of cutting off the tip of the nipple. It's not more barbaric. It's not like, oh my God, one is fine and the other one is just horrible. You know what I mean? They're both disgusting.
It would be mutilating the breast of the female.
Yeah, I know. You mutilated our penises.
And making it asymmetrical. And actually that's, obviously a bigger act of, a bigger procedure. And it obviously will interfere with, her appearance and her pleasure.
Okay, what about when she has cut the forehead of the baby? Would you ban that?
I only heard about it from you. I guess, I can't ban this sort of thing in Iran. I mean, I don't live in Iran. I really have no interest in it.
Don't you think that's barbaric? Don't you think that is absolutely disgusting and barbaric?
I mean, I know a lot of African tribes, they have tribal markings and whatever. And
it's barbaric. It's barbaric.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I know. So it's not just, I'm not against Jews on this. It's barbaric no matter what you cut. I don't care. It's also barbaric with the giraffe women when they make them wear those necklaces that their head is all extended. Do you know if those people took off those necklaces, they would die because their head would collapse over. They wouldn't be able to, if she took off her neck, actually, that's a way for them to commit suicide. The women, if they've been shamed, they commit suicide by taking off their necklaces. And what about the women who have those big, huge plates in their mouth? Like, it's disgusting. It's a disgusting culture to do that to a woman.
Yeah, I guess, but I still wouldn't want to, ban it. If they decide not to do it, then I guess they'll have to do, it's like ultimately there's no point doing these things because if you try, they'll just get angry with you and want to do it even more. That is kind of what it's all about. If you want to ban it, they'll just want to do it even more. So you might as well leave it alone.
No,
because you're taking away their identity, and why the Jews do it? Because they, it's part of their identity and tradition. And why do people want to imitate them? Well, I guess they aspire to the status of being considered. I don't know, but I can't interfere, and it wouldn't do any good even if I tried.
Okay, well, don't blame it on anti-Semitism because if it was a Christian practice, I'd be just as much against it.
Okay, but people. I mean, that would be their defense. It's like, well, what's it to you? Why do you care? Nobody's. We're sorry you got circumcised. Because your parents said it was okay, but don't want to be circumcised, don't be circumcised.
Yeah, you don't get a choice. Only your parents decide for you whether you're circumcised or uncircumcised.
Yes, I know, and maybe there's certain things that can't be helped, or like, okay, maybe your mother dropped you on your head when you were a baby, but what
that's
can you
different.
do?
That's an accident. That's not some purposely intentioned mutilation.
Well, the point is that it can't be helped, And if you want to sort of sit around crying about it, then well, I don't think it's a very constructive thing to do.
Well, you can stop other people from going through it. That's that like intactivist. Okay, like yeah, I support them. You can stop it from happening to other people.
I guess I don't care enough because I've got my hands full promoting secular Quranism. Well,
It's very simple to take stand against circumcision. It's not like takes a lot
okay,
of.
I think those people, those men who whinge about it, well, I just don't think much of them.
Well, that's because you're a woman.
No, there was some anti-feminist political activist, and he was going on about it. And I think he well, I don't know. I just can't, begin to sympathise.
That's disgusting, Claire. Okay, let me tell you something. If there were no precedent for it, it wasn't in scripture. Let's say Jews didn't do it, then you would think it was barbaric.
Probably.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason to you it's not barbaric is because Jews made it up.
Well, obviously people will respect tradition. Everybody does. It's not
Okay,
just
so then you do admit it's a barbaric practice because you're saying if there were no precedent for it, it would be barbaric. So it is barbaric.
Okay, barbaric, what does it even mean? It just means, well, it's not, done by people like us. That's all it means. Because
No, I'm sorry. There's a different. No, that's not. That's a human rights violation. That's sympathy for everyone. I mean, men everywhere have sympathy for these boys.
well, I think there was a story about Moses, forgetting to do it, and then his Gentile wife did it to his sons for him, but because he was too preoccupied with the whole business of leading his people to the promised land. But what I'm saying is that there are some things that can't be helped, and it's probably not a good idea to sit around crying about it, and you just should move on to things that you can actually
It can be helped. No, we can end male genital mutilation. It's not that it can't be helped.
But people don't regard it as mutilation. They think it is
Yes, lots of men do. Lots of men do, and there's totally groups out there that fight to end it.
All right, but I don't think they'll. Maybe it was banned briefly in Iceland or something.
Good.
And anyway, there's this famous story, or the story of Hanukkah, in fact, about this Greek king who tried to ban circumcision for Jews.
Well,
Countries where circumcision is banned. So it's very few.
Well, that doesn't. You know what? Like a lot of things used to, not be banned or be banned, and Claire, sometimes you think you act like we're at the very end of time. Like there's not going to be another 200, 300, 400 years of evolution of things. It's like, well, if it's not happening right now in the present, it doesn't really matter. You're very here and now and not preparing for future.
Well, I am sort of. I mean, it's like I long to say to these people who are sort of waiting for the Messiah to come. It's like, well, actually, whether the Messiah comes or not, if you believe in God, you're supposed to obey His laws, right? That is basically the situation. Whether the Messiah is coming or not. So all the other stuff that people are fussing and fretting about, that they're just displaying their neuroses. And basically people are neurotic and they just want to cry about things and upset themselves because, I don't know, do they do it to kind of feel more real?
I don't know, Claire. You're really cynical about people. You don't think anyone does what they're doing because they actually believe in it, and you accuse people of being disingenuous about absolutely everything. And you accuse intactivists who have no anti-Semitic bone in their body of being anti-Semitic because they don't want to see babies mutilated. Like it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
well, I guess even if they did feel anti-Semitism, they would deny it because it's the most obvious form of saying, "Ooh, it's a good way of pretending to care about this sort of thing and feel superior to the Jews whom I've always hated." And yeah, I
No,
mean,
these intactivist people do not hate just. What about a Jewish intactivist? What about that?
well, I would say that he has daddy issues.
Ew, that's disgusting. But you do admit if there was no precedent for this absolutely barbaric and disgusting, you do admit that.
Well, obviously, I have to take into account tradition.
No, but if there was no, you already admitted it, Claire, so you can't take it back. You have admitted if there were no, if Judaism and Jews didn't practice circumcision, it would be a banned, absolutely disgusting, barbaric practice.
Yeah, and I guess the Jews get away with it because they're the world's most ancient tribe, and they're saying, well, we've been doing it; it hasn't harmed us. So the only reason why you go jumping up and down about it is because you hate us, really, and you want to make us feel unwelcome by banning and criminalizing us, even though it does you no harm.
It does harm. Men are unhappy that it happened to them.
I think men are just unhappy about other stuff, and they're just sort of focusing on Jews because they never liked them. I think there's a lot of unconscious.
Okay, KL says that his is intact and beautiful.
Well, good for him.
And Stephen J. James is against circumcision too.
Yeah, don't like it. Don't have it done to your son.
It's well, they're not going to. Well, anyway, anti-circumcision is at its highest as it has ever been in the world, and it's going to go and get higher. So,
Yes, because it's related to anti-Semitism, and Jews always get the blame when their government is rotten. That's why it always happens. And maybe Jews were God's chosen people to get the blame, because actually they could be saying, well, if you keep blaming us for your bad government, maybe we should try and help you to get better government. And maybe a way of deciding what kind of government to get is to choose the most no-hide religion. There you go. That's something Jews could be doing.
Okay, there's there's no obligation for a Noahide to get circumcised.
No, but I'm saying, if Jews are trying to work out why they suffer and why God keeps punishing them and why they keep getting the blame, maybe they should just accede to my suggestion that they ratify Gentile religions according to their conformity with the 7 no-hide laws, and get over their fear of offending Christians. That's all I'm saying. But if they're too scared, if they don't have the courage of their convictions, if they don't really believe in God, I guess they're not going to do it. Which means that they are hypocrites. And actually, the Muslims are no better, even though they hate Jews.
Okay, so then God is going to have to send a third revelation because the Muslims aren't up to it.
No, he's not, because he's already said it's a final revelation and he ain't sending any more.
That's not according to Mujib.
He's already, it's like, well, you just read it. It's like, well, the parcel is delivered. So, are you still eating?
No.
Oh, I don't know what that noise is then.
I'm folding laundry.
Okay. I've forgotten what I was going to say. About God's motivation.
Final revelation, that it's the final revelation.
Yeah, because Muhammad is a final prophet of God, and therefore the Quran is a final revelation. So there ain't going to be any more. And we have to accept that. And it's like, and if they say, oh, but it doesn't work, and I guess the answer from God would be, well, it might work better if you would read it and follow it properly for a change. So all these solutions are to hand without the Messiah arriving. And the only reason why everybody's just lolling around waiting for the Messiah to come is that they just don't want to do the obvious thing. The Muslims don't want to admit that they haven't been following their book, and well, neither will the Jews admit that that they're being punished is because they haven't been following the book.
Well,
And they don't want to take it from me.
Mujid said that if Muslims don't fulfill their obligation, that God will find someone else.
Yeah, like me.
Well, maybe you're.
Yeah. I mean, who else is doing what I'm doing? I mean, these Muslims say, Claire can't be promoting our religion, our book, because he's not Muslim.
The Muslims they're not very receptive to you.
No, I mean, like that William Bradbury artists. Okay, some of them are saying, well, I mean, we're not going to stop, non-Muslims from using the Quran if that's what they want to do, and we can't stop them anyway. And then the people say, oh no, only proper kosher halal Muslims can do it. And it's like, well, you can't stop them anyway. You can't stop them. And why would you? I mean, I think it'd be fun to just trash all their stupid arguments.
Well,
They are stupid.
who, Muslims?
Yeah, yes, Muslims and Jews and their stupid arguments. Because really, they'll come up with some stupid excuse for not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They can always, find some excuse, They're just as creative as children when they are scrabbling for an excuse not to do what they don't want to do. And so they kind of need to be, well, rounded up and spoken to. And, well, you could help. Because
That's very
two voices are better than one voice.
That's really dangerous, Claire. I mean, I'm.
What's dangerous?
Feeding Islam like that.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, okay, she's away for a second. I was reading people's things in the chat that, Claire likes crying babies and stuff like that. She admitted that if Jews weren't doing it, she would consider the practice of circumcision to be barbaric. So that's fucked up. Just because the Jews are doing it, that that's fucked up. That's just fucked up. I don't know how people can't see that doing that to a baby is fucked up. And she said it does no harm. It lowers it reduces the pleasure you have from sex.
I'm back.
Okay. Ooh, what is that?
What did Mujahid say? Did he? He didn't.
Oh, I don't know. Did he post?
No, I don't know. I thought you mentioned him.
Well, I did because he told me that if Muslims don't do it correctly, God was going to find someone else.
Yes, he will find another way. I mean, I don't know if you read my post about Muslims being the backup plan for God. So my position is that God may have made Jews as chosen people, but his backup plan is that if the Jews can't do it, his backup plan is a Muslim. So technically, they're also chosen.
I know. What is this thing that God messed up? That God chose the wrong people? I mean, what kind of God is that messed up?
No, okay.
He chose the wrong people. He put his blessings on he put it on the wrong people who couldn't do it. Why would he do that?
Because he had to choose Someone, right?
No, he
Yeah,
knows,
do
but he
someone.
knows everything. He already knew that they were going to not do it. So what's the
Yeah,
point?
and therefore he knew that they would need that there would be a second and final revelation, and it ought to be clear. It's very noisy, Vincent, what you're doing.
What, do you hear anything right now?
Not now, but it was like really noisy before.
No, I don't know what was going on. I wasn't
Have
really
you been
doing.
folding sheets or something?
Yeah, I was folding clothes and then I was hanging them up.
Yeah, but that was really noisy, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm cleaning my
And
house.
I understand. I understand. So I'll quickly make the point of why he might have God might have done it in that way, because he already knew that the Jews were going to fail, and he's just waiting for them to convert to Islam. To put two and two together. It's like, well, we're not going to have a Torah theocracy because we're too scared of each other to have a Torah theocracy
Okay,
because.
that makes no sense. That God purposely chose the Jews to fail so He could send the second revelation. That makes no sense.
No, he had to do it because, well, he had to choose someone. Did you know the famous joke about, God going to, the French and asking them if they wanted the Ten Commandments, and the French said, what does it mean for us? And he says, no adultery. And they said, no thanks. And then he went to the Arabs, and the Arabs said, "What does it mean?" And he said, "No stealing." And the Arabs said, "No, thank you." And he went to the Jews, and he asked them, would they like some commandments? And they said, "How much?" And he said, "Well, it's free." And they said, "Oh, we'll have 10, please." And that was why he chose them.
Even though he knew that they were not going to do anything.
Okay, I guess he knew that they were going to do what my headmistress warned us not to do, which is to have the privileges without the responsibilities. This is something that is innate and common to all humanity. So they just want the good stuff. They don't want to, deal with the bad stuff. And basically, they've been able to get away with it in exile for all these centuries. And it's like, well, the crunch time has come because the civilization, the empire that they live under is imploding. And the Jews have done nothing, they can't even say, oh, we told you so, Christians. And, it's like the Jews never told the Christians anything, or they never told them clearly that Christianity is idolatry. And actually, if the Jews believed in the afterlife and God, they would have done it. They would think, okay, do the worst to us because we're going to enjoy a really good afterlife even if you kill us. So we're going to do our Kiddush Hashem thing.
Okay, it makes more sense to believe that God chose the Jews, and then the Gentiles got the idea of doing it themselves with Christianity and Islam. But it wasn't what they were supposed to be doing, but God made sure it all fell into his plans because they got rid of most of idolatry. And now it's time for the chosen people to just kind of slip in at the right time and take the reins.
Yeah, and by ranking the 4 Gentile religions, which I've been telling them to do for years.
No, but that would then they're just gonna. They don't want Islam. You keep those rabbis that you brought on and you asked them to rank the 4 Gentile religions refused.
Yes, and I know why, because the Islamophobes. They're Islamophobes. They don't want to be promoting the religion of the people who say they hate them and want to kill them. Of course, I understand. But if they were being principled and just doing this exercise that I told them to do, they would do it. And actually, they can't get away from it because, that there's already all this stuff about, Jews being allowed to pray with Muslims in mosques, but forbidden to enter churches, which are places of abomination where idolatry is practiced. So it's already in their consciousness, in Orthodox Jews who know they're not supposed to enter churches. So it's already there. All the arguments.
they're not just Islamophobic. They don't like Hinduism or Jainism or Buddhism or Christianity or any of these religions either. So I don't really think you could blame it on Islamophobia because they just hate everyone. And they're refusing to rank the four Gentile religions because they believe everything is bad. And who cares if Islam is the least bad? That's like saying this meat is the least rotten, so let's eat it. That's ridiculous.
Yes. That's exactly it. It's like, well, if you're God's chosen people, you were chosen arguably to serve Gentiles, by your superior knowledge, blah blah blah, and they're refusing to do it because they can't get over their Islamophobia. And as for the Muslims, it's like, well, you haven't been doing your thing either, and you've been directly disobeying chapter 18, verse 4. And it's in the Quran, and every time I mention it to them, they go, "Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, it doesn't mean that." It's like it says admonished. So you can't be, saying to Christians in a nice way, beating about the bush that maybe worshipping Jesus is not quite what God would wish. It's like you have to sock it to them. You have to give it to them between the eyes with both barrels. And they're not doing it either. And arguably, the Muslims are in a worse position because the command is clearer in the Quran than for Jews. Because, technically, the Noahide laws are something that, rabbis extracted from the Torah and then put it in their Talmud. And, they can say, oh, we're not sure and blah, blah, blah. But for the Muslims, it's like, it's so explicit, so clear, and they're still not doing it. So I'm saying that everybody is a bit wrong, and they just have to listen to me and correct themselves, and everything will be fine. And you can help me.
Well, I guess you just need to tease out the rules of secular Quranism. And I mean, if they have no. I mean, look, these people are really fucking dense. And so even if they're not going to, even if they can't argue against it, they're not going to
They're just
accept
going to
it.
run away. That's what they've been doing to me for all these years. They've just been running away and not engaging and pretending not to understand, like those ridiculous white nationalists. They just do the same thing. Even the rabbis, they do it too. And it'll be just so much fun to run them down and corner them. And we can do it together. And shame them. Yeah. I mean, they're going to be shamed.
Well, I could shame them. I could shame them for not upholding all the 7 Noahide laws and creating a new religion.
No, you can just shame them for saying, if all these people and these Gentiles in the world are being idolaters, it's because you haven't told them. You haven't told them because you're scared, and you're scared because you don't really believe in God, even though you pretend to believe in God. And if you really believed in God and you want to escape all the horrible punishments that are, waiting for you in your afterlife, you should convert to Islam. Because that's the whole point of the 36 capital offences, if you think about it. Because the quite a few of them, 36, and all very for things that we would consider trivial. And basically, the Muslim understanding of the thing is that your sins will be forgiven if you come on over to Islam. So Christians, even if you've been guilty of idolatry, obviously by converting to Islam, you will be repented, and obviously Jews, if you're afraid of being, faced with all these death penalties in your afterlife, of burning, beheading, strangulation, and stoning, come on over to Islam, and you'll have a much nicer heaven, should you deserve it. And it's like those are the arguments that you could put to Jews, and what they're going to say, they're going to say, oh, but Islam, isn't really, what are they going to say? They're going to say it's not the same God. But actually, they have already admitted.
This plan is just going to make Islam stronger, and I don't want that.
But it's going to happen. Eventually, people will understand that all the things that are going wrong is because they don't follow the rules, and Christianity has no rules, and the American Republic has no official religion, and that is why all the trouble is coming from America. And you could be one of the good Americans, maybe coming close to the status of the founding fathers as a repentant American who understands the theology of the three Abrahamic religions, and you put it together and you manage to save your country, and you were one of those people who established secular Quranism with American characteristics.
Look, you know, like we said, or like you said, I'm playing 4D chess. If I take Noahitism and I make it start competing with Islam and Christianity, and people start jumping over, it's going to take a while for Noahitism to become the number one religion. But in that meantime, Islam and Christianity will only be shrinking. So if I promote Noahitism, there will be a period of time where Islam is losing power, Christianity is losing power, and Noahitism is not powerful, but it's gaining power. And that gives me some leeway and some time to kind of like set up the counter to that, the global homo counter to that. So, I can save myself 100 years if I do that. And then when everything's set up and ready, then we can just go after the Noahides, and there's no more Islam or Christianity left.
Sorry, say that again. I don't quite understand. What is your devious plan?
That if I support Noahidism, there's going to be a period of time where Noahidism is still small but growing, and because it's leeching off of Islam and Christianity would only be losing their power. So I would have a period of time where nobody was powerful, not Muslims, not Christians, not Noahides. And then I can prepare and get ready. And if it came down to it, then I could, once everyone becomes Noahide, then just fight the Noahides, and you only have one enemy.
Okay, let's be realistic and just think in terms of the next 20 years, all right? I mean, let's assume that we'll both be around for the next 20 years, just about. Then within this time, I really don't think Noahidism is going to catch up with Islam. And if you want to use some idea to frighten gay people, then it has to be Islam, because they're already frightened about Islam. I mean, don't you, even for in your own terms, for your own objectives.
You're asking me to support secular Quranism, which would only explode Islam. If I get Noahidism to leech off Islam and Christianity, then there'll be a period of time where Noahidism is still small and manageable, and Islam and Christianity are not gaining any more power, but losing it. So they won't have time to come after me if I'm setting up a global homo society, because they're shrinking in power. Noahidism is not yet strong enough to overthrow us, but and then we have some time to build ourselves up, and then we would go after the weakened religions. Hopefully there would be no Islam left, hopefully there would be no Christianity left, and it would just be Noahidism, which is, I think, I would rather go against Noahidism than Islam.
Yeah, you're just clinging to your original idea, but I think realistically, if you want to frighten gay people, you would have to use Islam, and then and that would mean secular Quranism, because all the accusations would be familiar. It's like, oh, you're going to throw us off tall buildings, and even if you say you're not, we don't believe you, blah blah blah, and that would generate a lot of heat and light, and you could have fun with the situation, because you are already familiar with the arguments, and you're gay, and people will just be very, they just can't get over it. I mean, if you did support secular Quranism, people will be curious, right? I mean, they don't quite believe that you support Noahidism. I know you said it lots of times yesterday in our 9-hour stream, but nobody quite believes you. But if you say you support secular Quranism, it's like, oh, they have heard of it, they hate it, they know I've been going on about it, and they know it's linked to Islam. Okay, I'm saying there will be a definite reaction. Um,
Wait, more
rather than
people know about
carrying it slowly.
no-Haidism than secular Quranism. Okay, no-Haidism is more popular than secular Quranism. So if I start spreading secular Quranism, that's actually going to reduce my coverage because not as many people have heard of it.
No, because they will. I mean, they already associate the two of us, Vincent. They come and just they listen to us say the same thing again and again and again. We're already associated with each other. But when you make the announcement that you support secular Quranism, I think the reaction would be interesting, and they will keep coming to you because they won't be able to process the information. And you will get attention because they will not quite believe it, and they want to keep asking you if you really mean it or what you think you're doing, and
Okay, but okay, I would just if I was to explain it to him, I would say it's the no-hide laws minus idolatry and blasphemy, and homosexuality needs to be kept private. And so secular Quranism is no murder, no theft, don't eat the flesh cut from a living animal, and establish courts of justice. And I think that that's a lot. Well, I mean, you also have to deal with the fact that you don't ban idolatry, and a lot of people might dislike that. I mean, okay, Islam, we say that they're not following their religion properly, but if they really were, you're not supposed to have public idolatry.
okay, but unless you say these things and put yourself in the actual position, you won't get the reaction because they already don't take you seriously because you're this good gay accelerationist, and you sort of support no-Hydism but not really, and you want to frighten it's not a really very coherent story. But if you said, oh, I want to use secular Quranism to both reassure and frighten gay people, yes, because that's what you do. You do two things at the same time.
Hmm.
And that's like, why? Is he crazy? We're going to come and listen to him and ask him questions because he's crazy, because he's doing these you can generate a lot of heat and light by coming closer to me. And then you will have access to a lot of Islamic jurisprudence and tradition, and you will attract a lot of attention of Muslims who will, object to secular Quranism. I already know somebody
Well,
who really.
don't you think they'll be repulsed if homosexuals promoting it?
I'm sorry, what?
Don't you think they will be repulsed if a homosexual is supporting it?
Well, okay, so you'll be accused of being a turkey voting for Christmas, right? But I put the arguments to you. It's like, well, actually, we have to manage it. We're not, just because we don't want to be married parents doesn't mean we're bad people, and we understand the way the thing is going, and we're scared of the transgender people lording it over us and forcing us to have sex with them, and there are all sorts of things you could say. I mean, maybe other gay people also don't like being pursued by transgender people to have sex with them, and being accused of transphobia. And you already have a good grounding of Bible stories. I mean, you might as well make the most of your theological knowledge and your contact with Jews and Muslims and me. Because people are interested in talking about religion and politics. It's just on their minds. Why do they keep coming back and listening to us, saying the same thing again and again to each other? They've obviously got some issue in their heads that they can't quite resolve. And we are always developing our ideas and honing our arguments. We don't really
I
stand still.
mean, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, these people that show up around here are really mystifying because, the whole culture has become, everyone is more concerned about saying something funny than actually understanding and making a point. I mean, they all want, yeah, they all just want to be jokesters. They all want to make everybody laugh, and you know what I mean. I don't know. They just don't seem to.
The audio isn't very good, but I think I just caught what you said about them, not being serious, and actually frivolity is a sign of decadence. I mean, maybe they actually can't bring themselves to take the cure, even though in a way they understand what I'm trying to say, and so they just joke about it, endlessly, and they propose no solution because they're too scared or too weak, or they don't understand. Who knows? But endless repetition will eventually, let a penny help the penny to drop, and there will be other people who will be more intelligent than these ridiculous people of the alt-right who are obviously too morally and intellectually defective to put two and two together. Or maybe they're just afraid of each other. They're afraid of their fellow anti-Semites and their fellow Islamophobes. Maybe they're scared of each other. They're just lost boys, really, aren't they? They are. I mean,
Well, maybe I guess we need another. What was his name? Matthew Myatt. What was his name? That guy that was the Muslim that
David
was
Myatt.
David
David
Myatt.
Myatt. Yeah, I think he was my Facebook friend for a bit.
Oh wait, there's somebody that's gonna comment. It's Kirgo. Hold on. Hello? I removed him from the stream. He didn't answer, and he's probably just gonna play porn. Whoever you are, just if you wanna come on, you gotta tap. Who's in the private chat? Oh, may I say something? I'm in Noahide. This is not an attempt to trolling. I will take 15 seconds. What I have to say, my voice is very fragile. Okay, let's see if we can come back in. Unfortunately, I mean, I have, hello?
Well,
now he left. He left.
These people are so silly, aren't they? So silly.
Heidenreich agrees with you all the time and says, he said Islam is better than Noahidism, and no one knows about Noahidism, but everyone knows about Islam.
And therefore Islam is scarier, and if you want to frighten people, use Islam.
Well, I have a long-term plan, and I would rather, I told you 100 times that I don't even want to fucking talk to Muslims. Okay, like they're more of the push and shove. It's more of a push and shove religion than, you know what I mean? They get angry really easily and blow up because if you question their absurd things, they're not as clever as Jews where they keep coming back and they're calm and they keep with another twist, another twist, another twist, another twist. They put their spiel, and if you rip it apart, they become insane and threaten to behead you.
Well, have you been going to EA Dawa? I think they're quite reasonable there. Did I mention that to you? That there's this sort of white American Muslim called Khalil, and he used to be atheist.
Yeah. I watched him for a while. Who's the one that thinks you're some CIA agent? Ferrucci or something?
Faturecci.
I was watching him on there, and they were talking about you. I did see EA Dalbo with them, and they were talking about you. And he was going on and on and on about how you're a CIA, a glow N, and all this other kind of stuff.
Was it a recent stream you're talking about?
Okay, hold on. This person's going to come back. Hello?
A human being must live in such a state of anguish that if he were a pagan, he would not hesitate to commit suicide. In this state, then,
It sounded like Stephen J. James.
I don't know who the fuck it was.
Hmm.
You know, I don't have time for shit like that. Anyway, Judas Slice says he doesn't like Federuki. Well,
Was
he
it a
says,
recent stream
huh?
when they were talking about me? Was it a recent stream when they were talking about me?
Not that recent. It was months ago.
Mhm,
It was months ago. But
mhm.
I mean, I know just online, people just like react to you like you're just I mean, everyone reacts to you like, oh my God, who is this woman? I mean, everyone just thinks you're like the most immoral person on the face of the planet. You know, I mean, some things, I guess maybe when you talk about killing toddlers for being blind, I could understand. But, you know, I don't understand what most of their problem is with punishing unmarried parents. I don't see, you know, that's all they talk about, these alt-right boys is single mothers and how they hate single mothers and
I think that they're basically neurotic because, you know, they sort of know already where it's all going, and I've given them all these years to come up with something better, and they literally cannot think of anything better. And it's kind of like you conceive of the Abrahamic God, and that's like nobody after that can think of anything more powerful than the Abrahamic God. And they're just sort of confounded, and I guess that's why all these Gentiles keep trying to appropriate the Abrahamic God and say, oh, he's for us too, and here's the scripture and all that.
oh, KL,
Because I mean,
do you know who that Kierkegaard was, that one that came on here? He says he was talking to him, or he knows about him. Anyway, yeah, they can't come up with anything better, and yeah, right. They don't have. Worse than that, they don't want one. You know what? I have found, and they have admitted this to me. Most of them are not there to be serious. They're just there for the jokes. That's it.
yeah, for the memes.
Yeah, like this thing, you know, their obsession with memes and, you know, their hatred for long texts or explanations that take some time to get out. They call you autistic. If your post is anything longer than a sentence, they call you autistic.
Yeah, because they have such short attention spans, you know.
Yeah. You know, they're like, you have autism. And just they just talk about all they talk about is their problems. They don't talk about solutions. Oh, the feminists this and the gays this and the gays that, and we need to preserve this and we need to preserve that. And they have no systematic way other than perhaps imposing Christianity, or the only thing that I don't think they would do it at this time. The thing with fascists, and I've talked to other fascists about this, and they agree that fascists, unlike leftists, need a top man and hierarchy to make it work. So
Of course, they need leadership.
yes, but leftists kind of will go out individually and do things, and like their whole system grows differently. It grows more from the bottom up, and it grows more from the bottom up, and they don't need to wait for a great leader to unite them all. They're all united with each other. They're very united, because fascists are very disagreeable, and they can't all agree with each other, and they'll fight with each other. And a fascist told me that you just need someone to come in and take over everyone, in order for it to work.
Well, yes, because I'm so glad you mentioned it, because basically this is all about masculinity and leadership. So if you grew up in a family, with older and younger siblings and mum and dad, you would have, in your mind, this idea of hierarchy that, dad is the one who calls the shots, and maybe there's some argument from mum, and, blah, blah, blah. And the idea of working within these groups, and the family is the most basic model of that group, you would kind of know what you're supposed to do. It's like, yes, if you're older, you can tell the younger person off, but if you're younger, maybe you can appeal to the person above your elder brother who is bullying you. Just some idea of how to work around these problems. But unfortunately, for these fatherless, I'm sure a lot of them have never met their fathers, so they don't have any idea of how to behave, and these things aren't even taught anymore. And really, the only way to teach masculine principles of leadership is to put them in an all male environment, and then they will behave differently to when there are all these girls around. So a lot of them, are not very self-aware, and if there are girls around, they're going to fight each other to get pussy, and it's
Well, in that
very
way,
easy to provide.
yeah, well, that's the thing about heterosexual men is that they have to stay at the top because as soon as they're not at the top, they're not very good at fighting back. Leftists and
Because they have
gays
too
and
much to lose.
no,
That
but
is,
no, when gays and women and leftists are at the bottom, they know how to erode the system and get in control. But because even when they're a minority, but when heterosexual men become a social minority, they are incapable of overthrowing the matriarchy because they need the hierarchy, and they can't do that. It's very fragile. That whole
exactly. Male
okay, but
fragility.
I thought you were against things that are fragile and easily collapse.
No, I'm just saying a lot of systems are very fragile. This whole idea of hierarchy, the pyramid style, idea of social hierarchy with elites, representing the apex of the social hierarchy. It is difficult. You may be at the top, but there are all these, all this stuff at the bottom, which represent the rest of the pyramid, and you have to know how to control it. And obviously, if you're right at the top, a lot of people envy and hate you, and obviously, your attitude to members of your small group have to be of intense loyalty, or the people below who hate you, who see you fighting, will soon overthrow you, and they don't even understand the principles of these dynamics anymore, because they fight like women, they bitch like women, and they shoot their mouths off. They have no sense of loyalty to the group, to each other, and people watching them fight will know that they are weak and stupid, and when they get to the top, they're too afraid of saying anything in case they get kicked out of their group. So actually, the higher they are, if you think, oh, he's a wealthy man and he's got a pretty wife and beautiful daughters, and he's probably terrified of his wife and daughters for cancelling him, and accusing him of misogyny and whatever. So these
Yeah, but straight men, when they're no longer the absolute center of attention, have mental breakdowns.
yeah, and they don't know how to get it back, and it's
Yeah.
because they okay. The problem, I think, fundamentally is their state of mind. It's like they don't believe in God. They have no principles. They have no principles because they have no moral principles. They have no moral principles because they have no religious principles, and they have no religious principles because they have no religion. And in America, there is no official religion, so everybody makes up their shit as they go along. And so nobody really agrees with each other. And yesterday I was trying to explain to you the papal conclave system, because it's through, the cardinals being directed and, about how to vote. It's like, no, you can't just vote for yourself, because if all of you just voted for yourself because you all want to be pope, we'll just be, you'll just die at the Sistine Chapel, and we want to get on with electing the pope. So, so the rules of this voting is that you have to choose somebody else that will be the best pope you can think of that isn't yourself. And once you instruct the cardinals about what they're supposed to do, then they'll eventually, and enough people will think, oh, so and so is a good guy, and we think he'll be the best pope. But if you just leave it to them, they'll say, "Well, I want to be pope. I'm not going to be voting for anybody, but I want to be pope," right? And this is basically the system now, because they really are so degenerate and stupid, and they can't work things out for themselves because they're actually afraid of each other, and they're afraid of the truth, and they're afraid of not being able to think of anything better than secular Quranism. And the worst of it is they can't take it from me. It's like, oh, you're just a woman, you're not even white, you were born in this country, look at why don't you go home? And it's a I mean, that's a default thing. It's like, okay, if I leave the country, you're not going to be any closer to your solution, because they, they're just, their minds are not engineered that way. They're not interested in a solution. They just want to bitch like women. And they don't know how to organize. And maybe what they're afraid of is failure. They're not, they just don't even know where to begin. And maybe, for a lot of them, and I've spoken to a few of them, and I asked them questions about leadership, and some of them actually said, I don't want a leader. I don't want a leader because I don't want to be betrayed by my leader, because they've been betrayed so many times by their leader, who are all useless, corrupt, cowardly, and never get anywhere because
Yeah,
they're
like
too afraid of losing their positions.
the Republican Party's like that. They're scared to go radical in any way because, but they are losing because now the younger generations are coming in and they're more radical, and the Republican Party is not keeping up and is still trying to get to the boomers and everyone who's in their 70s now. That's all they care about. They don't really care about the younger generation.
Yeah, because the boomers can't bring themselves to acknowledge that they were the ones that allowed it to happen. The swinging 60s and the sex revolution and the pill, and it started with them. It happened on their watch, and they can't acknowledge it, because if they acknowledge it, their children will hate them for spending their inheritance and blah blah, and everybody is basically keeping shum. And what they can't stand about me is that I tell it to them every day, and they know what it is, and they're only left with pretending not to understand, or telling each other not to engage with me, and all the time they're hearing the same thing, because I say the same thing, and it does get propagated, even at a glacier-like pace. Because it's easy to understand. I mean, once you analyze a situation and explain what's going wrong, and what you said yesterday was just so excellent. It's like, your women hate you. That's why you won't get anywhere. They're actually doing it under your noses, and say, white men are just low in status because they won't marry us. And actually, yeah, we prefer, to welcome foreign men who will find us white women valuable or special because we are white. Because, the men of our own race just won't marry us. They think they're just entitled to endless pussy, and refuse to pay for anything, and never stay with us, and they're so useless and poor and stupid anyway. And that is why the female voter is just allowing all this to happen. And I explained to you about, the only way to get women kind of on side with men is for men to have to live with these women. And yes, it is a sacrifice. Yes, women are annoying, and you have to pay for their kids and whatever. But if you live with them in the same home, they're going to be loyal to you, in the sense that they don't want you to lose your job
I look
or
if
lose
you
your status. And
I
because most men don't live with women, they're just the enemy group in another neighborhood. And that's how women think of you.
look, the idea that these men, especially these right-wing men, are going to slip back under Abrahamic morality and actually sacrifice and do something that might make them unhappy, like marrying a woman and starting a family, that's not going to happen. That's why I say you need something like a modern solution, like baby incubating machines and stuff like that, because people, if you really think that there's a way to get these white men back into Abrahamic morality anytime soon.
There will have to, there will have to be a massive public information campaign and saying this is how it's going to be, and we can give you a few survival tips about how to deal with members of the opposite sex and what you can and cannot do, and how to get their attention and keep their attention, and choose the good ones and leave the bad. There are all sorts of things you can do, but they have to understand this, and actually they have to understand the reality of their predicament and be brought low, and realize that they can't think of anything better. There is no way of thinking of anything better, because it's like, well, the Jews, they've already got their religion, and Christianity kind of adopted it, and then now nobody believes in it, and that's why it doesn't work, and that is why Islam must be the obvious solution, because it's the Christian adjacent religion, worshipping the same God, but not but not being guilty of idolatry. And this is easy to understand. And any other book that anybody might write about any other system is not going to work, because it'll be just too complicated to explain. And we know these people are just suffering from ADHD. But okay, all this theological stuff is that it's already there. They can look up the Bible, they can look up the Quran, and everybody will confirm that this is indeed the story, and blah blah blah. And so it's more believable. But if it's some lone idea, or somebody writing the Mein Kampf for the 21st century, it's not going to work, because it's going to be suppressed anyway.
Well, when I was talking about fascists needing some kind of strong leader to come in and lead them in order for anything to go well, I did want to say that I think if Hitler arrived on the scene today, I don't think they would follow him, because I think he would be much too serious and much too sophisticated for them, and I think they would just reject him and call him autistic.
Yeah, because the thing is that they want, even with Trump, they expected. They couldn't even bring themselves to support him when they're talking to their social circle, and they expected him to do everything and make everything happen, and he's an old guy, and then when he couldn't do it, they just slagged him off. And it's like, but the whole idea is that you support your leader. I mean, that's the whole idea of the army. It's like, you decide that there is a leader and you're going to follow his orders, and then you might just achieve some measure of success. Not, oh, you're the leader, you do everything, and we're just going to sit by and not even talk about you and your stuff because we're scared of being cancelled by women, And that's what they've been doing. And oh yeah, and we're going to post a few memes about the stupid frog. Oh, and then we're going to win. Oh, we didn't win. Oh, then that means our leader is useless. I mean, after that treatment, is anybody going to risk their peace of mind like Trump did and waste their money to look after these useless degenerates? I mean, nobody's, Trump was their, first and last hope, and they let him down, even as they complained that he let them down.
Well, the alt-right turned against. The very first thing that Trump did that I saw the alt-right got really mad with him is that he bombed Syria. When he did that, they were really upset with him. And then after that, it was just his absolute sickening love affair with Israel, and just the Jews, and all the Jews are in his, upper echelon, and, his whole love affair with Israel, that really turned them off. Which is, well, the thing is, Trump, that obviously that Trump met with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
he should meet with her.
I think that he realized that he lost because he went with the Jews, and he lost all that, the anti-Semitic crowd support. And I think that he's realizing that the future is anti-Semitism amongst the youth. I mean, it's definitely, my mother's generation, no one would dare say anything against the Jews. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just absolutely verboten to make one negative comment about them, but now it's everywhere.
Hmm.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's going to be it's going to be like the new norm, and there's leftist anti-Judaism and there's right-wing anti-Judaism, and then there's the concern with the Noahide laws and theological and religious anti-Semitism.
Hmm.
You know, there's a lot going on there, but you better start pandering to the younger people. But I hate their anti-Semitism. Like, I don't fucking care that Jews run pornography. I don't fucking care that they're liberal. I don't fucking care, that they're gay. That's not my problem with the Jews and never has been. And I never said anything I had suspicions about them. Um, not suspicions, but I guess I was very upset that they just got away with what they did in Canaan and the Old Testament and being responsible to a certain degree for the spreading of Christianity and Islam because they wrote the first book and everyone else copied them and then they exported it to the rest of the world. I was a little bit resentful of them that, Jews and Muslims get all the blame and Christians and Muslims get all the blame and Jews are just viewed as these absolutely innocent people. And that used to upset me, but I never verbalized it or acted on it or anything like that. And I never attacked the Jews until I found the Noahide laws.
Hmm. But isn't the deal with God between Jews with Jews this, which is that it's okay for you to take over Canaan because they're idolaters. I mean,
Yeah, well,
that was the whole thing. It's like, and you are morally superior because you follow my laws. I mean, I don't. Okay, I don't find it shocking anyway, because obviously the idea of the most powerful being conceivable is going to beat hands down any other god. And it's just so logical. I mean, it's just logical that one is more than zero, and so for some reason I just didn't react to that because that was the deal. It's like, we took you out of Egypt, you were being oppressed, you didn't have any land, you were all slaves, and worse than that, you were fleeing landless slaves, and for during the 40 years, you made lots of mistakes, but God was with you, and he kind of, all that. I mean, there were other stories about, the one of the tragedies about, the spies, because Moses sent a few spies, and the spies said, "Oh, we don't want to go there. It's a bit scary. Giants and whatever." And Moses chose to believe them, and so they wandered on for longer when they could have found it more or less immediately, and that was a mistake. Did you remember the story about the spies?
yes, and they were talking about the giants and how their fruit, like a grape, was the size of their head and stuff like that.
So presumably that was the sin of Moses, because he died before he reached the promised land and was buried in an unmarked grave, and he made that terrible mistake. He should have, well, I don't know, gone to sea for himself or something, right? Or well, anyway, I mean, but I mean, it's an interesting story in that it's human. You can sort of see yourself making the same mistakes. Right, and I think that is a kind of moral and valuable story, and obviously the prophets. I mean, okay, what I liked about this, Judaism, is that you don't have to be perfect to be a prophet. You can sin, but if you have a message that is useful, then you're still prophet. So obviously for Moses, it's like he got handed the Torah, and that is just the most important thing, because it's written, and people are not going to be playing around with it as much as some oral tradition. And
That's what Mujahid said, that Muslims don't like the fact that the Jewish prophets were kind of fallible and did things wrong and weren't properly correct all the time, and whereas the in Islam all the prophets are glorified as saintly people.
following from the Christian tradition, and I think that's just stupid. I mean, it's like they become one-dimensional characters, don't they? If they never did anything wrong, and so I I don't agree with that. I think human fallible prophets are actually, they'll do what they do the job. So what's the problem? You don't have to, hero worship them and pretend they never did anything wrong. Because really, prophets are just successful revolutionaries.
Hmm.
They just got lucky, or they had the leadership skills. They didn't make too many mistakes, and they got their message through, and they are remembered for it, and that's what they really are, successful revolutionaries. But not perfect, not morally perfect. But then only God is morally perfect, so we don't have to burden ourselves with this requirement of being morally perfect. And well, I think that would suit us just fine, don't you?
One
You
more
know,
time. Say the last part again.
we don't have to be morally perfect to claim
No.
prophethood, and actually, it is more appealing to have prophets that are closer to the people that they are trying to correct. Because imagine there was this perfect person and he never did thing wrong. I mean, how annoying is that, and how alienating it would be
Hmm.
to have to deal with people like that, and they never did anything wrong, and they were so perfect, and you know.
Like
So
Jesus.
yes, and he wasn't even perfect.
Why would he do wrong?
I mean, apparently, he was guilty of blasphemy. I mean, right? And he that story about the fig tree. He should have known that there would be no figs at that time of year, but then he cursed it because he found there were no. I mean, that's a story that the Jews go on about, because they said
Hmm.
at the time that he was supposed to have gone, up Mount Sinai or whatever, and found the fig tree to be bare. It was around Passover, and well, it's just not the sort of time for it to be fruiting, because it always fruits in, I don't know, later on in the year or something. Anyway, there are lots of holes in the New Testament. And it's like, yeah, so what if Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John met Jesus? It doesn't mean he's God. They just met the guy who got crucified, and, well, so what? But I think, okay, so Jews have this thing, they want to think that they're the first people and only people in receipt of divine revelation, and they can't, process the fact that the Muslims have the better revelation. Because, it's an enormous mistake to make, they've been making themselves suffer for centuries. But what about the Christians? The Christians, they can't even explain how Jesus is divine or where they get the idea from. I mean, the best thing they can do is, there was some bishop called Athanasius, and he gave us the Athanasian Creed. But it was just something he cooked up. And they also know that, the Arians and Trinitarians just couldn't agree. So it just means that, they were just arguing with each other about which idea of which mortal and fallible person was to be used, and it's so transparent, really, in a way. It's like, yes, Athanasius was in a way correct, because he predicted that the Jews um, would say that our God is more powerful than the Christian God, because our God didn't get crucified, and we don't believe in all that idolatrous nonsense, and anyway, under Arianism, the Son is always less powerful than the Father, because without the Father there would be no Son. It's this sort of idea, and then the Trinitarians say, no, we're just going to make it that the Father is the equal, the co-equal of the Son and the Holy Spirit. And it's like, well, where did you get that from? We don't know, don't care. But anyway, for the purposes of theological argument, Jesus is the co-equal of the Abrahamic God. And I think that's the only reason for this idea of the Trinity, because they knew the Jews would kind of play around with it and say, well, so what if your Jesus got crucified? He's not God.
I think it was a bad. I think the Trinity was a bad idea, to be honest with you. But the Old Testament, and I mean the New Testament, is a bad idea. Oh God, I just it's like, but that's another soft kill in that it's less harsh than the Torah. But you know what? Like, it's wishy washy, and then you get these Christians who kind of follow Jesus' whole hippie love fest, and they confuse things. Is Christianity loving, or is it condemning? Like, is it, hate the idolaters and the heathens, or is it accept them and try to convert them? And then people get confused and they don't know how to fight it. Well, because this person's a Christian and they're very nice, and that person's a Christian and they're very nice. It really ruins things. The war against Jews would have been like you see what the Jews did. It was just absolutely invade and just destroy, and that's a lot easier to deal with.
But actually, you talk about Canaan, but there's a town called New Canaan, don't you, in America?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and I think Ann Coulter lived there for a bit. So there was this idea that the Americans were the Jews, and the Native Americans were the Canaanites. But it's this idea like, we're entitled to this land because we're better than you, and we were, we won the wars, and maybe that's how it's always been. It's like the more powerful group conquers and gets their way. But the whole point of it is that the conquering tribe had a moral system that worked for them, that made them cohesive, that made them more likely to do the right thing and keep doing the right thing. And this is basically, what made the Jews so successful. Not that they always followed their own rules, but other people kind of worked that out, and that was why Constantine decided to adopt Christianity, because he saw that in the year of the five emperors, when all these 5 men were trying to become emperor of Rome, they saw that they didn't respect their own religion because they didn't believe in it, because the Roman imperial cult was basically, when we've got all the gods of all these people that we've conquered, and when our emperor dies, he becomes a god. And of course they didn't believe in it. And I guess the story of Christianity, being forgiven for one's sins, eternal life, I mean, that was kind of unheard of in those days, because people didn't have any specific idea of what's going to happen to them after they're dead. And this idea of Jesus offering eternal life is probably quite comforting and appealing to people of the time. So I guess Constantine thought, well, might as well go with it, because nobody believes in the old religion anymore. But I mean, the question I would put to anybody is that if Islam had been around, which religion would he have chosen? Because we already know what difficulty Constantine had about the toing and froing between the Trinitarians and the Arians, because they wouldn't agree. There was schism, and one of them, obviously they were saying, "Oh, I'm better than you," and but anyway, it was decided at the Edict of Thessalonica that no non-Trinitarian Christians would be allowed, and they would be persecuted, and that was basically the history of Christianity in Europe, because we know all about the heretic burning and that kind of thing. The wars of the Reformation and just fighting over stuff people don't care about now. But you see, the whole point of the Catholic Church was basically when they sent Christian missionaries to Britain and France and all the other European countries, it was to say, look, we are the religion of the empire that used to conquer you, and we're still around, and there's nothing better other than your stupid barbarian low-grade paganism. But if you adopt Roman Catholicism, you're going to have one of our guys who will be one of the cardinals or archbishops who will be, your conscience, the conscience of your king, telling you what to do for the best, to better run your Christian kingdom. And that was basically the bargain. And the other understanding was that you're the absolute monarch. Christianity supports your divine right to rule, and this means that all your people, all your subjects, have to be Christian too. And that was basically, the bargain of Christianity. So there is this idea that it's a Latin term called cuius regio, eius religio, which means whoever is the king's religion, that will be the religion of his subjects. So and all this heretic burning was basically saying you're not allowed to have your own religion. You have to take the religion of your king, and if you don't, you're going to be burnt as a heretic. And that was basically the deal in the old world until the American Republic. The founding fathers said, well, we're not going to put up with this rubbish anymore. It's stupid. I mean, this is not Christian history that you learned at school, but I think that's obviously what happened. I really don't think that the American Revolution was about taxation without representation. I don't think it was about that. I think once all these Europeans arrived in the New World, they just realized they could talk about religion and write about religion and their tracts, their pamphlets, and there was this flourishing of religious ideas, and then they were fighting, and I guess they thought, well, we're all sort of Christians, and we're not going to have an official religion because look what happened to us, in the old world, and when we were all burnt at the stake for denying the divinity of Jesus, we're not going to have that here. And that was basically it. I mean, that would be the story. Directed at Americans to kind of acknowledge the real reason for the American Republic.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen now. I mean,
it's a good story, isn't it?
It is.
It's believable. It's not exactly ahistoric. I'm not just making it up. All the things I've said are true. Heretics were burnt in the old world, and the early Americans were a bit neurotic about their Christianity because of the Salem witch trials. And obviously, all the problems with all these Christians still fighting each other in the New World made the founding fathers think we're not going to have this sort of shit here. We just cross an ocean to get away from all that, and we're not just going to have it all coming here and messing up our lives again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Which is why I honestly think that Noahidism will start to spread eventually faster than Islam because it's not a religion.
But you need a religion. I mean, that's the thing. Oh, because if you don't have a religion, there is a problem, right? Because the whole point of having a moral system is that you as a group are protected by the rules of your group. So that your corrupt and incompetent and criminal people don't get to exploit you. And right now the situation is basically your political classes are just going to change the laws, and every time it looks like they're going to get caught cheating, they're going to change the laws. And so what are you going to do about it? Just change the law so you can't get us. We're going to change the meaning.
Yeah, but the law wouldn't change under Noahidism. They couldn't change the law.
You know what the proclamations and the Noahide laws, it was listed, and then they took it out, right? They removed the 7 Noahide laws.
Well, that's only because they were being clever, because they defined Noahide law as sharing an education, then they would just say sharing an education after that.
Yes, but the thing is, people actually needed to know what the no-hide laws was about, and the thing that they most needed to know as Christians was that God, in fact, forbade idolatry and blasphemy. And it's like it's part of the Christian story. I mean, Jesus was executed for blasphemy, for God's sakes. And it's like, how many centuries has it been? And they still don't get it or pretend to not to get it or deny it. And, it's I think it's time for people to understand that, if you don't have a religion, it just means that your ruling classes will just keep changing the laws. I use the analogy of, being forced to play a game and you're never told what the objective of the game is and you're never allowed to look at the rule book. And when you ask about the rules, they say one thing and you ask again, you find the rules have changed, but you're never allowed to write it down because the people who control the game don't want you to win. So this is the situation when you don't have a moral system, with rules that whose words are just agreed by everybody, and such as scripture, like the Quran. You may not agree with all of it, but you already know what.
Yeah, but you're going to have sects and schisms. I mean, Muslims kill each other over religion. I know, but that's why you don't want religion in your. It's like having a political party. You don't want political parties, but you want religions.
No, look, I'm just saying it's going to be worse if you don't have a religion that people can say, oh, it's our official moral system. And I don't agree with it.
No-hidism is a moral system.
I'm saying it's inferior to the Quran, and because of all the reasons I've already said. But the thing is, you basically need some rule system so that when people change it, you can say, oh, but you shouldn't be doing that because the rules say this. I mean, that is what you need. Or your political classes will just keep changing the laws. And this is what is happening. That's why, America is now promoting the policies of Sodom and Gomorrah. And all these so-called Christians in America, they don't seem to know or don't seem to care or they can't do anything about it.
Hold on one second. Hey Siri, turn on the downstairs. Okay. Let me take down my phone.
Okay, I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay. I'm going downstairs to get my laundry. What's his name? KL posted about that Kierkegaard philosopher, and he said he thinks he's an authentic Noahide. Kierkegaard did tell me he was a Noahide. Kierkegaard told me he was a Noahide. So, but I got scared when he was playing that weird song because I just don't want anything. Because people come in here and they play porn, and then I have to take down the whole stream, and it's horrible.
I don't know why they feel they have to do that. I guess, when unimaginative people can't contribute to something, they still want to make their mark. And I guess it's an act of vandalism. And, destroying somebody's stream is, I destroyed somebody's stream. I'm such a clever boy.
Right.
So
that's right. Yeah, I mean, and they like to ruin it for you, and they want to ruin it. Yeah, because they could never, stream. I mean, I doubt anyone who's come on my stream and ruined it was like a streamer themselves.
Yeah, it's just jealousy, isn't it? Pure vandalism, and. But okay, you may not like the Old Testament, but there's certain wisdom. There is a certain wisdom to what it says, and you've been talking about envy and basically people who want to destroy other people's stuff are envious of it. If I can't have the thing that I want that you have, I'm gonna take it from you and destroy it, or destroy it so neither of us have it.
I know.
And actually, the Ten Commandments is basically warning us against envy. So you don't there's false witness. If you hate your neighbor, he's got a nicer wife and a nicer conveyance and a better servant and whatever. And it's like, oh, do not envy anything of your neighbors, blah, blah, blah. And you have to love him. And yeah, okay, it sounds not very practical, but I mean, the idea is well, sound, really. And the whole idea of not envying is like, well, you just have to accept that God gave you stuff. He has his reasons. And, maybe you'll get it later, but you mustn't do bad things to hurt your neighbor just because you hate him, because he has things that you don't have. So I guess, well, it worked for Jews, and I guess it worked for Gentiles if they followed it. And I think it's fair enough. Sensible.
Hello.
But the whole point about idolatry is that basically, if you're an idolater, you just made up your own religion, and nobody quite believes in it, and therefore nobody follows it. And that's
polytheism was around before Judaism. So Judaism is a made-up religion. Polytheism is what humans naturally make if they're not forced into some fucked up monotheistic framework by violence.
But the thing is, I mean, look at the government of India. Look at the Buddhism. It's like, what have they ever achieved? Yes, they're in Sri Lanka, but they're kind of a failed state, really. And anyway, the Chinese disdained to identify themselves as Buddhists, because if you were Buddhist, you just have nothing useful to say to the Chinese about statecraft, and it's not one of the great religions of the world, because can you think of a successful Buddhist country? I mean, Tibet, the under Chinese rule. There's Thailand, but maybe you don't want to be known for being the best sex tourist hotspot of the world. So, and maybe there's something to be said for organized religion, which is, yes, not much fun for Jews, because, if you don't keep the Sabbath, you're going to get stoned. And obviously Christians were forced into it. They weren't asked by the absolute monarchs. And Muslims, well, actually Muslims, in fact, are allowed freedom of belief. It's like nobody's going to force you to pray, but at least, the state can keep control by basically saying that the laws are like this and like that. And even if you don't pray and don't believe in God, there are certain penalties to sexual offences and whatever crimes stated in the Quran. And that is how you impose order, keep your country together, and maybe acquire an empire. But yeah, it's not much fun. The whole thing is not much fun because we don't like rules. We want to do what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's like rules. You can't live with them. You can't live without them. But I mean, it's just a matter of getting the balance right. Because if you didn't have rules, and well, you'd be living in the law of the jungle. And I think the no-hide laws are useful, just because they're framed in a way that is intended to get maximum agreement from reasonable people. So
yes, and you're not going to get that with Islam, because Islam, has this whole theology, and you have to believe Muhammad is the prophet, and it has the mysticism in it, and
you're not believe in it under secular Quranism. You're not required to be a Muslim. You just have to
but people will believe in it. People will believe in it, and they'll come up with their own interpretations, and then they'll all start fighting.
Yes, but it would be better than everybody having different religions. It's like, yes, I acknowledge that even under the same rule system, that people, agree to follow. There will be, differences of opinion about the application and who is on the right side or wrong side of the law, but it would just keep it under control if people subscribe to the same rule system or are officially supposed to subscribe to the same rule system. I was just talking about this to a Frenchman. I don't know if you know that what number republic the French are on.
The fifth, right?
Yeah, and it was a few years ago when I just discovered that every time the French changed the constitution of their republic, it became a bigger number. So they've changed their republics. So they've had 5 because they've changed their constitution 5 times. And it's like, what about the Americans? How many amendments are there? 27, huh?
There's a lot of amendments. Yes, I mean,
If you
but you would have in secular Quranism there would be amendments to secular laws that had nothing to do with religion.
No, I think the whole thing would have to be rewritten, the Constitution, because it's like you've already had 27 amendments, and it's just ridiculous to think that you have 27 republics if you're going to count it in the way the French do. So the best way to do it is the Americans just say in their new constitution that they're going to be making the commandments of Allah the supreme law of the USA, and then have a legislative program to repeal all the legislation that is against the commandments of Allah, and let those that are considered to be in harmony with the commandments of Allah stand, and that would be the way of doing it, and then you forget all about the amendments and okay, the other little thing is that the pursuit of happiness and the Declaration of Independence. I think that is causing the problem. It's like, yeah, we were going to pursue happiness, but at the expense of our fellow men. I guess if that is really the religion of Americans, the pursuit of happiness, then it's not going to be good for Americans when other Americans pursue their happiness at the expense of their happiness. So maybe if you can change it, pursuit
Yeah,
of
but
justice.
we have rules to protect us from each other.
Yeah, but it's not really working, is it? I hear terrible things about California. About
Like
how
what?
basically thieving is all right now, because you can walk into a shop and steal merchandise under a certain amount, and you can walk away with it, and the police aren't even gonna get you. So it's not, well, America's not a righteous no-hide nation, and if God exists, I guess he would. Well, I guess a crime, the sin is its own punishment, isn't it? Obviously you're not going to get very good government if most of the no-hide laws are just ignored.
No, you're not going to get a good government, but I think the no-hide laws are.
But Vincent, we can use the no-hide laws and the laws of the Quran to make our point.
Yeah, but the laws. You don't want all the no-hide laws, though.
No, I'm just using them in a limited way. I'm just saying, come on, rabbis, just rank the 4 Gentile religions and make sure that Christianity's bottom of the heap, so the people give it up because they will consider it to be low status and a failure, and rank Islam as closest to Judaism. Why can't you do it?
Because we've discussed this 100 times. They don't want Muslims. That's not what their agenda is.
Yeah. So, but then the not being good Jews by thinking like that.
Actually,
Because
they are being good Jews because they're concerned about the Noahide laws, and Islam is not a Noahide religion, so because it is a religion, and so they would rather please God fully than compromise and not please God.
okay, it doesn't matter if they don't think Islam is good enough. It's just it's still the closest thing to
Yeah, but
Judaism,
that's bad.
and
It's a
people will
bad.
form their own conclusions.
Okay, Islam is still bad, so nobody is going to condone or promote a bad path, even especially when the right path is right there. You know what I mean? Why would, if they have their own Noahide laws, why on earth would they send people down the wrong path when the right path is right in front of them?
The no-hide laws are just not detailed enough.
Yes, they are. They're enough. They're enough. Yeah, you're one of these people. Like I was reading David Dryden, and the problem is people who don't think they're enough, and that's the problem. You're the problem. You don't think they're enough, and they are enough.
Well, God thinks they're enough because he's supposed to have revealed it through Muhammad. So, the Quran will just have a higher status to the Talmud. Because a lot of people who don't agree with the no-hide laws, who don't like those, like they'll say, "Well, where it's just the stuff that rabbis made up. It's not in the
Okay,
Torah."
copying the chosen people, and then saying God sent you the revelation is worse than writing a study guide like the Talmud because they didn't claim, they're not making up lies that it came from God, which is not going. So they're not offending God. So Muslims offend God because they copied, pasted, revised, and then said, God made this.
Well, I mean, there are two arguments, aren't there? The argument would be that if the Quran is the word of God, then it's going to trump the Talmud.
But it's not
Just
the
if you're
word of
going to be
God.
logical, okay. I mean, obviously the non-Muslims who don't want to become Muslim will say that. But
Okay.
if the Quran is the best available guide, then we'll have to use it. Sorry if you don't like it completely and it's not perfect enough for you, but it's still the best available guide, and it is because you can't think of anything better. And you're going to say, you're going to say the no-hide laws, but then I'm going to say that it's in a Talmud and it's only for Jews.
No, it's not only for Jews. That's not only for Jews. The Noahide laws are not for Jews.
It came from Jews. It came from Judaism.
So
what is coming from Jews is lower status than what is supposed to come from God.
No, God would be more upset if you created a fake religion than listening to God's chosen people. To write a fake book and then attribute it to God, God is going to be very angry.
Yeah, but if God did indeed reveal it, he'll be very annoyed that you're so Islamophobic that you're going to follow something in the Talmud that is not from God, that nobody ever claimed was from God. You followed a low status thing when you knew a better one was around because of your Islamophobia. It's going to punish you.
Well,
oh, Vincent, stop it. Just come on over to secular Quran.
No, but I don't want any of this. And in reality, I don't want any of this. I don't want Islam, Noahidism, Christianity, secular Quranism. I don't want any of it. The only reason I'm promoting Noahidism is for strategic reasons, because I think it's more likely. Look, Noahidism is a disruption agent. It turns the Abrahamic religions against each other, and it confuses them, and it'll drain Islam and Christianity of converts. I'm doing this for strategic reasons. I don't want secular Quranism. Why would I promote secular Quranism?
Because you want to fight with the sodomite.
It has no strategic importance to me.
No, you want to frighten the sodomites, and then they'll get all excited, and then you say, "Well, actually, it's all right because if we control if we control the interpretation, then we'll be all right, and we'll get a more stable society, and gays benefit from this too. Yes, you would. Atheist gay people benefit from a low crime, low tax
Well, I'm scared of
society.
Islam. I'm scared of Islam. I don't look. If I support secular Quranism, I'm supporting Islam. Right now, Islam is big. Right now, Islam has a lot of power and it has a lot of people. I don't want it getting any more. I want to make less Muslims, less Quranism. Like, I don't want any of that. So,
Okay. I know you don't, but I'm saying, it's inevitable because eventually people, okay, not the stupid alt-right people we were talking to yesterday, but eventually enough of them will just wise up and think, yeah, we kind of need a new moral system, and it has to be Islam because we can't be Hinduism and Buddhism and Judaism and Christianity. I mean, eventually they will come to this, simple this conclusion that you can have through simple arithmetic, and you can't stop it from coming out anymore. And so you might as well just control the interpretation. You don't want extremists and radicals who hate gay people to take over. So the best thing you can do is take control of the interpretation by being there early, by being one of the first people to talk about it in a serious way.
um, um, but
Yes.
with so many normative Muslims out there, they're not going to let homosexuals keep control of the interpretation, and they're definitely not going to listen to us. I mean, these people who are homophobic won't listen to a homosexual if he says 1 + 1 = 2. They're certainly not going to allow us to interpret their Quran for them, and they're going to say, "Well, fuck this. We want real Islam, not Quranism."
Well, there will be a lot of argument before before eventually it settles down. But we'll just be part of the people just talking about it and beginning to, just encouraging people to talk about it, and um, look, getting control of the interpretation is just a matter of politics, isn't it? I mean, okay, maybe we can angle it to just what we want, or maybe we won't. But the exercise is worth doing because if you don't even talk about it, then you're just sitting passively waiting for things to happen and other people to get to be there and say it was our idea and our hard work and blah blah. So. And we are one of the first few people with this big idea. Well, there's nobody else that I can think of.
Well, I
And,
don't
and
understand. I mean, the thing is that I just don't understand what these people's problem are. I mean, they're obviously very triggered by you, and I could understand it. Well, they don't say exactly what's wrong with it, but I could see if they said usury, that they don't want usury and they don't want a one political party. I can understand that. Or if, I mean, some alt-right people are pagan and they don't want their religion to have to be hidden under an Islamic republic. So, you can't practice idolatry in the street. You can't have your temple with a big Om outside of it or any idolatrous symbol.
I think the problem is that they just can't bear the fact that it's me telling them all these things. But the thing is, so I'm female, I wasn't born in the West, all this, that is what they cannot bear. It's like they don't want to hear it from me. Well, they don't want to hear it at all, but, even less from me, of all people. But the thing is, even if I were white and male and high status, they just destroy me because they hate the idea so much, right? That
Well,
is
they've
the
gone after
reality of the
other white
situation.
people. Yeah, those white people that tried to make Islam white, and they kind of turned against them. That Mayat guy, they really turned, and now he's ex-Muslim. So, obviously he got the same idea as you, and that now you always hear that term "white Sharia" now, right?
Hmm.
It's Islam for white people. Well, why don't you why don't you call it white Quranism?
Well, because that would well, it wouldn't be true. I mean, I hate racializing the whole thing anyway. I would just sort of want it to be, with American characteristics or British characteristics or whoever wants to adopt it, and then it will be the national moral system of these people, so they can feel that they own it, that it's part of them and their tradition and their legal system and whatever. So I think it's necessary to give them that control, so that they'll look at it. It's like a test drive, isn't it? It's like if the person just walks around the car and is never allowed to sit in it or whatever, he will just not get used to the idea of owning it. And that's why you have this idea of the test drive, so they can feel what it's like to drive it or sit in it or whatever. And that's why it's necessary for the country involved to actually think about it in these terms. And hopefully you can find a few people who are legally trained and prepared to read it, because obviously these ADHD people are just not going to be able to do it.
I'm gonna go outside, so I might lose you for a second. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, they do have ADHD, and they are just
Just
if they don't have, and they're not willing to be serious, and they don't want serious debate. They don't want serious debate. They
They
want
don't even want a leader. They
no, they
don't even
don't.
want a leader because they're so cynical, and they because they don't want to be put through the trouble of following the orders of a leader and then being betrayed by them, and they well, we're also useless anyway. And also they think, if I put myself forward as a leader, I'm going to be destroyed because the security services and all the people who hate me will start targeting me. So it's also cowardice on their part. They don't want. I think they know they can't cope with being attacked, and they can't defend the principle because they have no religion. And yes, again, they can't bear the thought of me telling them all these things because I'm a woman and I'm not even white. And it's like, yeah, but even if you got some white guy telling you all these things, you'd still hate it and not do it.
Yeah, like I told you, if Adolf Hitler came out tomorrow, they wouldn't follow
Wouldn't
him.
follow it. Yeah. And they sort of realise how hopeless they are, and that's why they turn away. But it'll be fun, remind them of this, right? And maybe other people who are not as useless will want to do something with it.
Right. Well, the hard point is finding someone who isn't useless, right?
Well, if we keep making the point and keep um, sending a message upward, so to speak, then we might get somewhere. Might get somebody who's influential and honourable and want to do something about it, and maybe give you a job on a radio station discussing religion. They might. I mean, we can do it endlessly, I know. I mean, we'll be talking, what, nearly 5 hours.
Well, see, there's the difference between me and you is you want all this to work out. You want you want the morals of Abrahamism to work out and for it to exist and for it to last forever. And I'm in the opposite, boat. I don't want it to list. I'm trying to do what will destroy Abrahamism. Okay, I'm doing what will implode it. I don't want it to be.
Yes, but that's fine. I mean, you can put your arguments that are directly opposed to mine, and I can put your arguments, and it's more entertaining than you just saying your thing and me just saying my thing in a monologue on our own different channel.
Well, it does help secular Quranism by having these debates because, people listening, and then you have a YouTube video you can spread, and all these different kinds of things. And so our conversations do help, but your way is would bring too much stability. I mean, I don't want stability. I want to destabilize so we can take control.
Okay, well, I mean, a lot of people call me divisive and
Yeah, I
undermine,
know.
the threat to Western civilization. So I mean, anything they say, the opposite could just as easily be true. So, I mean, the point is that it is controversial, and people can't help themselves but return to it, even though they think they know what they feel. And I think this could be a very effective way of resolving issues.
This is
So,
this would bring too much stability to Abrahamics. Like, we would never get out of it. Never. If I do
oh,
it
come
your
on.
way,
You never know. I mean, there was a time when nobody could imagine the kind of society that we live in. So I mean, I think it could happen. Look, people just take their eye off the ball, don't they? And then it's like, oh, they wake up and, oh my God, what has happened? I can't even begin to fix it. But I'm saying, for every problem there is a solution, at least in theory, and we can talk about it, and that people find it reasonably entertaining. And I don't know why anyone would have a problem with stability.
I have no. What kind of stability? I mean, I believe that Noahidism, once it becomes the world power, it's going to bring a peace. Okay, I believe eventually the Noahide thing collapses, but in the beginning, it will bring peace because everyone will be on the same page because whoever isn't is gone.
Well, Mujahid has said more than once to you that Islam would accommodate people who don't want to marry and have children. And as long as they don't get convicted of public indecency offences, their lives are safe, and so is their property. And it's the biggest idea around. And it's all, kind of part of your interests, isn't it? You like supporting political causes and rallying people against, causes you dislike. It's a big idea, and we can do it effortlessly. And it's relevant, and we already know. And it's a very clear message. That is the thing.
It's
And it's a big idea. People will take an interest in it because it's, when we're talking about politics, we're talking about religion, we're talking about changing the religion, we're talking about, hypotheticals.
Yeah, but Islam is very dangerous right now, and if secular Quranism is just going to lead to Islam, and I don't want Islam to get any more powerful. I mean, I can play around with fire with Noahidism because it's so small and they're not ready, and they're not ready for it, and they're just beginning. We can catch them by surprise. We can, there's not enough Jews supporting it yet, and all these different kinds of things. I mean, I have time to play with that fire. I have no time to play with Muslim fire. I would not feed Islam for my life. I don't want to feed Islam.
But the thing is, what you need to do to make it less dangerous is to control the interpretation. There's no
They're not going to listen. Look, Claire, I mean,
most Americans would want to control the interpretation. A lot of them, don't think like these brown Muslims from their different countries. I'm sure a lot of, I mean, okay, there are quite a few gay people who are Republicans, aren't they?
yeah.
And, well, I think you could attract their attention. What's his name? Dave Rubin, with his... you know who I mean, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, the Jew.
Yes,
The Rubin Report. The Rubin Report.
I think so. He's a
Yeah,
good
he's
looking
like,
guy.
yeah, he's libertarian, I think. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so you get, a few gay people who are interested in the, politics, who kind of support conservatism, but in a limited way. I mean, well, I think there's an opportunity in it for you, and you can use the most of your theological knowledge uh, to, and basically to, what's the word? What's the word? Vaccinate Islam in America against extremism by getting in early and saying, there's no reason why it shouldn't be interpreted in this way. That there's no need for it to be interpreted in a retarded way, the way they do it in all their countries, and they did it wrong. That's why they suffer, because they broke their own rules and they refused to admit their mistakes, and that's why people in their own country hate in the Muslim countries hate their own governments. But this happens to anybody, really,
Nom
ignoring their
Nom
own rules.
Nom Nom wants to know if we know of full cult lectures, the culture of the self.
No, I've heard of Michel Foucault, but this is one of Patriarchy's sort of obsessions about Foucault, and no,
Um,
I don't know. Why don't you tell us about it, Nom Nom?
Stephen J. James says, make a compromise, Vincent. Tell Claire you'll join if she rebrands it gay Quranism. She might as well. It describes it just as well.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
why
people
don't you?
will.
Quranism for sodomites. Why don't you write a book?
Yeah, I don't mind if you write a book called Secular Quranism with LGBT characteristics.
Well, you saw I posted the thing on LGBTQ Noahides. I mean, well, we already discussed this, that, my plan is to, get all the other LGBTQs to go after the cis gay sodomites and, make them feel trapped.
I mean, it's all a matter of interpretation. Do you know that? Oh God, it's gone. I've forgotten the name of Nietzsche. Yes, Nietzsche said interpretation is not a function of truth, but that of power. So, basically, you get to interpret. If you have power, you get to interpret things in the way you like. It's just a matter of, getting in first.
But there's so many. Yeah, but I mean, look, the first of all, in Europe, there's already lots of Muslims who are spreading normative Islam, and and I think I actually believe you would probably have more success with non-Muslims than with Muslims because they're
Yes,
religious.
yes. That's why
They're
I'm talking to
religious,
you.
but why would obviously Muslims are going to keep coming into the West and evangelizing very hardly, and they want full Quranism. That they don't want an abridged version, and
You
it would
just have
just
to stick to your guns. But okay, if white people get control of the interpretation, they'll see, they'll want the social conservatism, and they they'll be taking the power away from the feminists, and be, because they are the problem, because they don't care about the men, and they want all these foreign men to come because their local men won't marry them, but you'll fix a few things and then they'll marry each other, and there will be, I guess, racial consequences of it, because basically, if the problem is our Western men don't want to marry Western women, and Western women find Western men repulsive because they're so effeminate and stupid and poor, and well, I mean, okay, if you understand the problem, people are more likely to trust your solution. And I mean, I've already, just laid out the whole thing to you. I'm just saying, if you have no religion that you really believe in, then everything's going to go wrong because nobody's going to follow the rules. In fact, there are no rules to follow. And this problem of, your theoretical 27 republics. I mean, it's a lot of these amendments are not are controversial, right? A lot of the affirmative action legislation that is part of one of your amendments. It's controversial. I mean, these are big ideas. That should be discussed by public intellectuals and constitutional lawyers and religious leaders. And I think we should be part of the operation to make sure that the right people discuss it. And I think because we are reasonably entertaining, we could go far.
Okay, Claire, you're coming at this with good faith. Okay, you're coming at an Abrahamic ideology with good faith. I'm coming in with Noahidism with bad faith. Okay, like I don't want to work with someone who's working in good faith for the Abrahamic religions. That would be suicide. I mean, trying to fuck it up, and you're trying to make it work, and I don't want it to work, so I'm going to be dead set against secular Quranism.
Okay, but we can talk about it. That will be good enough, and you get to get rally people who agree with you, and I get to change a few minds along the way. I mean,
Yes, I
will have
think
to.
I told you what you have to do. You have to detail. You said there's something like 500 laws in the Quran.
500 verses that pertain to legislation.
Okay, I think you need to write those all down and concisely and exactly what they are.
I think Carol is doing that.
Well, I think
Because
you should do
I
it.
was basically saying, there's some controversy about exactly how many commandments of Allah there are. And I said, well, I'm just going to get SCOTUS to mark out, to decide, so there'll be 9 judges and they can go through the Quran with a marker pen, identifying the commandments of Allah. And I think, they and instruct to list and number the laws. And I think it'll be an interesting exercise because I think they won't quite agree on the exact list or whatever. And the thing is, if other and I think once they say they're going to do it, everybody who's interested will do the same thing, and then it'll be a national exercise, and people will get into the idea. And Vincent, I don't think you have a choice. On the one hand, you want to promote this no-hidism thing. On the other hand, and then you also want to frighten the homosexuals. And, I've just given it all to you on a platter, and now you're saying you don't want to do it. But I think you will keep doing it because, it's one of those sticky ideas that we can't stop talking about, that we can actually talk about for hours on end and repeat ourselves endlessly for over 5 hours now. What's going on?
Okay, Stephen J. James says nobody can agree with what the Quran says. That's why it is useless, and everybody still argues about it.
Nonsense. Because the whole point of adopting it in your country is that every country has a Supreme Court. So, anything that isn't resolved will eventually be resolved because somebody will say, oh, I don't agree with your interpretation of this verse. And it's like, yeah, I'll see you in court. I'll see you in High Court. I'll see you in the Appeal Court. I'll see you in the Supreme Court, and then it will be resolved. That's why it's important for it to be adopted, so that these issues are resolved. And then you can just tell these Muslims who don't agree to just go jump in the lake. It's like, well, you haven't. Who you tell us not to do anything from your shithole countries? Huh? Why are you telling us we can't do this and we can't do that? And well, if you're so clever, then you'd be in charge.
Um, yes, but you know very well, you say it all the time yourself, that secular Quranism is just a bridge to Islam.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, once, okay, I'm not going to deny that secular Quranism would tend to have the effect of making Islam more prominent in the consciousness of Western people, and then eventually they'll think, well, I kind of like the idea, I'll convert, and then, yeah, it will make people. Yeah, it will have the effect of making Islam go mainstream, and I think that is also necessary in order um, to get all the things that we want done. It's like, all these, issues that can't be resolved because all these different Muslim groups contradict each other, and, we can't really make them fight each other and declare a winner. They'll just be, forever disagreeing with each other. And the only mechanism through which these issues will finally be resolved is through the appeal process. And to subject any question to the appeal process means, well, adopting the law yourself. But I mean, I don't see why it would be that scary, because that there are no laws that says throw gay people off tall buildings or anything like that, and it respects private
Yeah, but
property.
what would happen is secular Quranism would come in, and then people would be like, "Well, this is not that far from Islam, so let me look into Islam." And then they're gonna get into the Hadith and all the fucked up shit, and it's just gonna become horrible.
Well, I would have thought there'd be enough liberals left in America to say we don't want the fucked up shit of the Hadith. There's so many lawyers, they're going to be able to come up with some kind of argument. There's so many liberals still. So, I don't think they're just going to fall over and say, oh, we're going to be Wahhabis now in America. Oh, come on, they're not going to do that. Even the Wahhabis in Saudi probably don't want to be Wahhabis. And in fact, a lot of Muslims don't agree with Wahhabism. And yeah, they're basically, well, I mean, basically four schools of Sharia. And then God knows how many branches of jurisprudence and schools and whatever. I mean, basically, they don't agree and they can't make up their minds, and they fight each other. And the only way of resolving it is to adopt it in Western nations and resolve it through our Supreme Courts.
Wait, why haven't Islamic courts resolved this?
I don't even know what is controversial. I mean, I guess, the divorce procedure for different Muslim countries would be a bit different. I mean, off the top of my head, there's this idea of, is it okay to say I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you 3 times and count yourself divorced? And it's like, actually no, because if you're going to be sensible about it, you would consider it like the decree, the petition for divorce would be, the first act of divorce, and then you would have the decree nisi, and then you'd have the decree absolute. I mean, that would be the 3 acts of divorcing your spouse. And so, any stupid Muslim who says, oh, it's enough just to say I divorced you 3 times to your wife, it's like, obviously it's wrong, but, you can't stop them from having their stupid interpretations. And then you have sort of questions like, oh, does it count if I send a text to my wife saying that if she doesn't come home this weekend, she's going to be divorced, and if I send it 3 times, it's like, yeah, you're going to get all these silly questions, but, hopefully in your own country, you're not going to get, laws and precedents that are too silly. But you have to look to your own people and your judiciary and your legal practitioners to, see to it that things stay sensible. Oh, come on. It makes sense. And it's not so scary because I'm not really scary. I'm a nice person, really. I'm very tolerant. And I think we are quite entertaining, even just in purely educational, entertainment terms.
Well, I guess we have to become famous, right? So that we can,
That's the idea. That's the idea.
we could try to
So you
become
have to work
famous.
on it. So you have to work on it, and you have to apply for your jobs at your religious radio stations. And even if you don't get the job immediately, they will be listening to our streams in spite of themselves. See, all these people who are listening in spite of themselves. Well, they can't help
Right.
it, can they? And all those people who come and insult me on my timeline on Facebook, they can't help themselves. They already know what I'm going to say. They just want to, it's like, why'd you do it? Maybe it's a bit like a kind of sparring session. You just have to go through the moods, just to assert your identity.
Well, the thing is that these are Christians usually writing on your blog that, well, I notice a lot of Christians, I guess there's non-Christians, but they're not used to thinking systematically, like legally like that. They're not, the Christian religion is not legalistic. And so what I don't like about them is that everything is just like sentiment. Like, it's sentiment that, oh, they don't usually come
It's
at you
how
with,
I feel.
it's not usually like, they don't usually come at you with like scripture quotes and stuff like that to combat you. It's just a lot of emotionalism and stuff like that. And Christianity is very emotional.
Yeah,
And
because I mean, actually, they do quote scripture. It's like, it's like it doesn't even further the point you're trying to make, whatever they quote. So it's like, it's only just tangentially relevant. And then you say, well, it doesn't count because it's, who cares what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John said? And then, and who's this Peter person? Oh, it's really Paul, or so, his student. It's like, oh, but Paul didn't even meet Jesus. It's like you can easily just, well, cut the ground from under them, and they have no, they can't even point to anything. At least the Jews and Muslims go, well, God said this, and, in the Torah and the Quran, and obviously we're not going to doubt his word. And the Christians is like, oh, it's some guys called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they said stuff. They know they have. I mean, that's why they had to resort to heretic burning. Because it's basically the state saying, shut up, we can't answer your questions, but you have to shut up, or you'll be dead. And that's how it worked. It's just such a stupid religion. And you can imagine how mean the Christians would have been when all these laws, were in operation, and that they only became meek and mild, and, when well, after the founding of the American Republic. Yeah, because all the Europeans in Christians in Europe, they would basically have to, well, watch what they said, and every time they published a book, it would be censored, and obviously when the Americans said we're not going to have an official religion because we don't want it, we don't want this stuff anymore. Eventually, this idea like, oh well, why can't we have what the Americans have? We want freedom of belief. And basically that was what happened. I mean, the French Revolution was just, kind of what Europeans were saying. It was just rejecting the idea of monarchy and Christianity, and so was the Russian Revolution. And I don't know if you know about, the Kulturkampf in Germany. They had a culture war, and it was, basically the state, the unified German state, just saying, well, things are going to be different, and, go jump in the lake, Pope. And and it was, basically all the power of the church was salami sliced over the last 250 years, and now they have just no power, and nobody even respects Christians in their own country. There are all these jokes about the Archbishop of Canterbury, and all these Anglicans say, can't we just have an Archbishop of Canterbury who actually believes in God? And back again to the subject. What?
No. I have my mute on, but why the Archbishop of Canterbury doesn't believe in God?
Well, I mean, there've been jokes like, that he doesn't. I mean, the current one, Justin Welby, I mean, he didn't even know about the Trinity. I was so shocked. I mean, this was a few years ago, but basically, he did this thing of, sometimes I doubt the existence of God. That was what he started out saying, but and then he kind of corrected himself and said, "Oh, but I think I'm sure Jesus existed." So he actually said that, and you can find reports of him saying that. So he obviously didn't even know about the Trinity. It's like no, it's not about Jesus existing or not, because actually the Muslims do not deny the existence of Jesus, but it's whether Jesus is God, and that's what the Christians are supposed to believe in, and it's the Archbishop of Canterbury didn't even know that. He didn't know. And I remember going on and on and on about it, and then issued a statement saying, what I said, it didn't mean I was denying the Trinity and blah, blah, blah. I can't remember now. I mean, yeah, anybody gets a job now. And anyway, they just have to follow orders. It doesn't matter what they believe. They just have to follow orders to get their job. And that's why everything is falling apart, because America doesn't have a religion, and the corrupt ruling classes of America are basically changing the laws, and the stupid Europeans, they just do what America says. So all this bad stuff is global, because the American empire is global. So it goes all the way around to Australia, New Zealand, and obviously Canada is well, a US vassal state. So they all suffer from the same disease.
Yeah, but under secular Quranism, there would also be no state religion.
No, but it will. Okay. Secular Quranism will have the effect of letting people do what is necessary to correct their society, but allow liberty. So it's a broad application. Like, what is Islamic, we can keep. What is un-Islamic, we can throw away. And then it'll just sort of tidy up everyone's culture and improve it, in fact. And obviously different countries will have, different things that are, in harmony with Quranic principles or against them. And I think people will have fun, just trying to sort this thing out.
Stephen J. James says the Quran is just an old book obsessed with sects, and how about calling it secular Quranism?
Well, yes, everybody is obsessed about sex, and all the religions of the world have a view about whom we can or can't have sex with. That's the whole point of all these religions, right? You said something about the Hindus and how they go on about, gay people, and they can't make up their mind to be mean to them or not mean to them, and it's like people. Okay, the thing about sex is that people can't see the harm of all these things. It's like, well, what does it matter if some people are gay? If they have a few illegitimate offspring, it's all right, nothing's bad. And it's like, yeah, and you let it happen until your society collapses, and they're going to relearn that lesson again that they keep refusing to learn. Yeah, and one of the things is that, we can always go back to the Roman Empire because it's the biggest Western empire, and there's so much information about it, and people can sort of talk about why it failed, and compare, how it failed to how, well, how the American empire is failing, probably for the same reasons, because I think all empires fail for the same reason. They get so strong, they think they're invincible, and they lower standards of sexual morality, and then they all become gay and unmarried parents, and then they don't know what to do about it, and then civilization collapses. I think that's the usual way. In fact, there's an essay by Sir John Glubb about the fall of empires. It's quite a short essay. Have you heard of it?
No.
You might be interested.
What's it called?
Sir John Glubb. It's called The Fall of Empires or something.
I don't know. I just don't. I just don't want. I don't want any of these people to win. I don't want anyone to win except for me. I just. I'm in this horrible place where I'm an absolute minority, and that thing that I wrote today about gay supremacy. Heterosexuals outnumber us, but the heterosexual ethos is to be fucked up. Is to be. Who's really heterosexual are these alt-right men. They act really heterosexual, just fucking assholes, jerks, who, are into dicking around and shit. Like, that's a very heterosexual man thing, cracking jokes all day, instead of getting serious. They want to talk about women don't know politics, please. These men don't know how to. They spend more time cracking jokes. All they do is crack jokes and complain, and when that's how they fight back when they're out of power. Heterosexual men crack jokes and complain.
Well, I think it was John Glubb who said frivolity is a sign of decadence. So, you joke about everything, and it just means that you're just waiting around for death, because if you won't take, the extinction of a civilization seriously, then it means you're already, well, on your deathbed.
Defeated.
Yeah, you're defeated, and
are you getting tired?
Have to be that way.
Are you getting tired?
Yeah, I kind of am. But anyway, I've given you the link to the Sir John Glubb Fate of Empires, the PDF.
Okay.
Fate of Empires and Search for Survival. And yes, I am getting a little 5.5 hours of thinking about the same thing.
All right. Okay, then. So I'll let you go. And, at least we got some viewers. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, guys. Stephen J. James, I guess you're the last one in the chat. So thanks for coming. And, we have to find other topics to go. I mean, we kind of expand on our topics and go in different directions with it and stuff like that. But it does tend to be a lot of the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a problem, because I think we did actually talk about new things, and I thought about John Glubb, and we thought about comparing the fall of the current empire with the reasons why the Roman Empire fell. I mean, I don't think you can even argue that that they don't fall for the same reasons, because you can imagine all this happening again and again, like, oh, I'm top dog now, I nobody can beat me, and I can do anything, and I can break all the rules, and oops, I've broken too many of the rules, and I can't correct myself. And then and because when you think of all these religions they say the same thing. It's like, oh, you have to respect your elders, and you mustn't screw around, and you have to be kind to people, and you mustn't steal. And it's all the same thing, really, but except that the Torah and the Quran just say it in a more direct and unforgettable way, and it comes from the highest authority. And even if you think it's all lies, there are some people prepared to believe in it or entertain it, and that is basically the power of divine revelation. That's why people they hate it, but they come back to it.
Mm. Okay, with that, I'm going to let you go.
Thank you for having me.
Yep. Thanks for
Take
stopping
care.
by. Bye.
All right.